Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the first night of the qualifiers for College Warzone. It's going to be an interesting one, and kicking off our show, we've got the America's Navy bringing our Anchors Away pre-show. Of course, you know me and my whole shift with me proper, but we've got a new guest on the show here with us from Goats and Glory. We've got Breakaway. I love hearing from Proper. We all know he needs to talk about what his day looks like, but I'm going to skip him and go straight to you so you can introduce yourself to the people that are out there.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm Chief Igliola, part of the Navy's esports team, Goats and Glory. Yeah, that's the team. We're happy to be part of this College Warzone, man.
Hey, we're happy to have you. Thanks so much for being here. And okay, Proper, fine. How was your day? What did you have for breakfast? I'll let you have your moment.
Thank you so much for asking. Well, I had a triple stack of pancakes this morning with a little side of sausage, and some scrambled eggs. It was a hearty breakfast. I've had a fantastic day. Thank you so much for asking, Jan. It's awesome to be here.
They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, when you do a breakfast like that, it may be the only meal of the day. So let's start talking about why we're here in the first place. Of course, we're in the qualifiers. This is one of what's going to be many. So we start to take a look at our full-on, quote-unquote, season schedule and what's on the line for the players that are going to be here getting into it. First and foremost, hey, we already mentioned it. This is first of many qualifiers. 7 in total that will be taking place over the course of both August and September. And then once we get through the 7 qualifiers, we will have one Saturday on October the 1st to get into the playoffs. And what everyone is playing for, $300 for the first place in each of the qualifying rounds. So you have a chance to win some money here throughout the first 7 events. Then as we get into playoffs, the money really starts to get serious. $3,000 for first, $1,800 for second, and then $1,500, $900, and $900 for third, fourth, and fifth. plus bonus $100 to the most players with the most kills in a single drop. But we wait to the playoffs for that to get there. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, overall. And with that, of course, we need to look over the format and the scoring really briefly here before we really introduce the entire kind of weight of what we're doing. Well, proper, I think the biggest thing about this is it's a pretty known format overall. 3 players, you have to be from the same university, 5 private match lobbies, and the eliminations will count for 1 point, plus multipliers depending on where you finish.
Yeah, it's if you've ever played in a traditional Warzone tournament, World Series Warzone mostly just comes to mind for the specific type of format. You're going to be taking a look at just how the scoring system ends up working, of course. Is it going to be most important to be playing for those eliminations, or are you going to be playing for prizing or for all of those placement multipliers as well? I would argue both. You mostly obviously want to be able to make yourself at least known to be a top 5 team. But you can't just get there without finding any kills along the way. It's just not going to cut it for those top teams that are dropping about like 10, 12 kills per game with getting that second place. You're just not going to be able to get there with point multiplier itself.
Well, in case you don't like the sound of our own voices explaining things, we had Tiff go through and actually get a full-on breakdown on what the schedule, the format, and all the different things look like throughout the next couple of weeks. So take a look.
Welcome to College Warzone. This fall, schools will have the opportunity to compete for $10,000 in prizing across 8 weeks of intense Warzone action. Starting on August 15th, the event will consist of 7 qualifiers that will determine which teams will compete in the College Warzone playoffs. Each qualifier will consist of 50 trios from schools across the United States and Canada. The spots in each qualifier are first come, first serve, so don't forget to register early. Each qualifier will consist of 5 rounds. Points will be awarded after every round for each kill, with a multiplier added based on the team's placement. Following each qualifier, teams will be awarded playoff points based on their finishing position, which are then safely locked away. In addition to playoff points, the top 3 teams from each qualifier will receive an automatic bid into the College Warzone playoffs. 50 teams will qualify for those playoffs, and any playoff positions not taken by a team with an automatic bid will be filled by the teams with the most playoff points. Playoff points are awarded to the players and will compound for the entire event. This allows teams to make roster changes between qualifiers without losing all of their points. However, automatic bids are for a full team. These teams must compete together in the playoffs or lose their bid. Don't worry though, teams can compete for another automatic bid in a later qualifier or qualify for the playoffs on points. Playoff points also seed the playoffs. The 20 highest seeds will receive bonus starting points based on their performance in the qualifiers. The playoffs will consist of 8 rounds where each team's lowest score is dropped. The top 5 teams will receive a piece of the prize pool, and every team that won a qualifier will receive a $300 bonus. So get ready to see the best collegiate Warzone teams clash on October 1st as we look to crown the esteemed College Warzone champions.
Voice, honestly. It's always easy to listen to. So with that in mind, I wanted to get your guys' reactions. Breakaway, of course, you know, you're kind of leading up the Navy esports squad here with Goats and Glory, obviously with 7 weeks to go through, and I know that you guys have a very well endowed kind of program when it comes to overall interest. Kind of take me through your thought process as far as how these qualifiers and the playoffs are going to work out for you guys.
I kind of like it that, you know, some of the colleges are going to have second chances there, and you know, in the following qualifiers, really it's going to be, you know, what their style of gameplay is. I like the placement points that's going to go into. It's going to place a factor, like you said, which ones are going to lean more kills, which ones are going to lean more placement. I'm excited. Excited for the next 7 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because I think the biggest thing about that format explainer that we really need to make sure we touch on here is that if you finish in the top 3 for any of these qualifying opening weeks, that's the 3-man roster that gives you a bid into playoffs. But let's say, for instance, you don't feel great about how you guys played and you want to make a roster substitution. You drop that auto qualification spot, but you have a chance to play with different players. So I think it's going to be a lot of trial and error here, Proper. Is it going to be just trying to run off the rip, try to get as many kills as possible, or will there be a feeling out process as far as trying to make sure you're achieving some of the high multipliers by placement?
I think that is what's most interesting for the talking point, especially the extension of the multitude of qualifiers that we do have ahead of playoffs, because you can actually alter your own play style, which is subbing out just that one player just to come in. Yeah. Obviously, if you do have to auto-qualify, just to echo you once again, then you have to give up your bid spot, sure, but then you can have a little bit more of a comfort for that buffer going into playoffs with your trio, whichever is going to get it done, whatever it takes. Obviously, it sucks to get dropped from any roster, but still to be able to put yourself in the best driver's seat possible to be able to walk away with the higher prize pool, that's what it is at the end of the day.
And just keep in mind, Tiff had brought this up, that registration is a first-come, first-served basis for all of these qualifier weeks. So make sure you keep an eye out on the Discord and on Twitter to make sure your team gets registered. You also have to go through a verification process, so make sure all of your papers are in order. I'm sure our enlistment here of Breakaway is very familiar with the paperwork side of things that has to go into making sure everything is taken care of cleanly. But I do want to talk about some of the squads that we have here competing in this first overall week. I know, Breakaway, you get very excited about, obviously, your guys' own squad, but anyone else that you were kind of looking through the team list that you're kind of excited to see on Caldera here?
Well, yeah, so being from Texas, I kind of, University of Texas at Austin caught my eye. So, horns for them, and then Saucy. I like the name Saucy. Sounds exciting.
That's honestly, though, it's always really funny because whenever we get into a fresh, like, full-on CCL year, it's hard for us sometimes to pick out favorites, and I can tell you with full confidence that Proper and I both love to root for the teams that have crazy player names. But Andy, with that, hey, we also have some CCL champions in the regular season representing their schools here in Warzone. Thoughts on how those guys are going to be able to transition from multiplayer into Warzone?
I mean, you took the words right out of my brain, man. I'm looking at the Ottawa Braves. How can you not, right? I mean, when you got Austin Cruelty, Ethan Too Nice, and Lightning representing the Braves coming out from Ottawa, it's just one of those things, again, what had catapulted them throughout the entirety of the Cold War season, which is simply being better than the competition. Now, obviously, to praise up the question once again, how do they transfer from traditional 4v4 and multiplayer into Warzone? I think just you have to add in a little bit of the mix of discipline, which has to be exemplified, especially when you do have players in this entire lobby that have been grinding Warzone since the Vanguard season is ending. Shout out to you, Kirch.
Yeah, shout outs to Kirch, of course. And also, Northwood is also playing. They've got Infinite and Bink, but they're met with Thuggers. So that's a really interesting kind of look to see how these teams that did really well during the Vanguard or Cold War years may be able to fare in these Warzone qualifiers. With that, hey, one of the biggest things that we always talk about here, Breakaway, over the last couple of years with the regular CCL is the number of notable challengers players that come out of the multiplayer competitive scene, then get enlisted and kind of enroll in towards universities, and all of a sudden, not only are they playing in challengers, they're playing in the College COD League. We have a similar topic on hand here, though, because for Virginia Commonwealth, FaZe Blue is going to be representing the university. Thoughts on one of the biggest Warzone content creators showing up for College Warzone?
It's awesome. I mean, it's crazy how much the collegiate, esports just scene is really expanding into actually the professional side as well, and it's intermingling, quite beautifully. So I like to see it. I'm super excited to see some VCU esports FaZe Blue action happen here.
There's a lot kind of discussed around, obviously Silly from last year, a number of high challengers players, but Ghosh sat down, had a chance to talk to FaZe Blue to kind of see his experience between competing as a quote-unquote professional in the scene and now getting back to playing in the collegiate sphere. Take a look.
Welcome to All Hands on Deck. Now, Lieutenant Jones, I need you to tell us a little bit more about Goats in Glory and your role in the organization.
Yep, so I'm Lieutenant Jones. I'm the captain of the Navy's esports team, Goats in Glory. So basically, I run the show here. 8 to 4, we play video games and prep for events, and then we get to travel across the country putting on events for high schools and colleges, and partnering with awesome teams and awesome organizations to make esports happen for everyone around the country.
That's awesome. I love that. Well, it's been a pleasure to be able to cast over Goats and Glories before, and excited to see you all continue to compete in the future. For you, Blue, you're new to the team this year at VCU. Talk to us a little bit about your move and why you decided to compete in the CCL.
Well, it's a lot of just like personal, growth or, stuff I'm trying to do. I just feel like it's time to add a little bit extra layers onto me as a person. Like, I didn't go into college right away from high school because I was so wrapped up in the gaming scene, and I'm still doing the gaming, and I'm going to continue that through the collegiate level as well, which actually opens up a bunch more tourney opportunities, which is cool. I'm actually going to be playing on the CCL League for Modern Warfare 2 as well, so lots of gaming going to be done with the VCU boys, but just found a dope, awesome group of people from the local area. They kind of, persuaded me a little bit, and now we're playing tourneys, so.
I love to hear it. It's cool to see you kind of competing in different realms, and obviously you have a long pedigree of Call of Duty and plenty of competition, so I'm sure you're going to find a lot of success there as well. We're incredibly excited to have America's Navy join us in supporting Collegiate COD and bring the inaugural College Warzone to the CCL. Kind of tell us what that means for you and for the Goats and Glory to be able to join College COD League.
It's huge. I mean, our whole goal is to get out there and connect with the community, and there's really no better way than joining with the College COD League. I mean, Call of Duty is one of those games that everybody plays, right? Whether you're a hardcore gamer or you're extremely competitive, Call of Duty is where it's at, right? So it gives us an awesome opportunity to show our skills, to see their skills, and then to match up and see who's the best.
What's been your go-to spot in Caldera lately? Do you have an overall strategy for Warzone in particular, or is it kind of just shoot from the hip?
There's only one strategy, right?
Okay.
First couple games, drop fast, drop hard, get as many kills as you can, see what the lobby looks like, right? Because if you know exactly who's good and who's bad and where they're dropping, drop on the guys who are easy to kill, rack up your kills early, and then use that momentum to finish out the game.
I support it. They seem pretty confident. They seem to know what they're doing. And I'm going to be trying to do a little bit of the same thing, but then also trying to get my newly found teammates a little bit, up their legs in the competitive scene.
Well, gentlemen, that's all I've got for you today. Thank you for joining us. Really excited about the upcoming events, and I'm sure we'll see you guys out there.
Thanks for having me.
Have a fine Navy Day.
Man, it's just really fun to hear from both sides of the story. I know obviously Lieutenant Jones had a lot to kind of share about his thoughts and opinions about established streamers, gamers, competitors, now kind of making the switch back to collegiate. But I think there's a lot of interesting conversation points. We had the same situation with Silly. Same thing was kind of brought up by Blue there, where opportunities to compete in college weren't a thing when they were initially getting into college. So, Breakaway, maybe from your own lens and your own perspective, kind of talk more about what you see from America's Navy and how that could control not only your possible direction as an esports organization, but for the community at large.
Yeah, so same story for me, very relatable. College esports wasn't a thing in 2007, not to date myself too much, but yeah, so, joining the Navy, playing video games, getting paid in the Navy, getting a nice paying job, definitely contributed to me keeping my gaming going throughout my career over the past 10 years. And even getting me to the point now where the Navy established, just about all the services did, but the Navy established an esports team, and I tried out and made the team. So that's an opportunity for anybody joining the Navy, whether it be officer, you go to college, graduate, become an officer in the Navy, or if you're enlisted in the Navy, that opportunity to make the Navy's esports team, is there. And then not only that, but to compete, again, besides these collegiate teams in multiple different games. So it's awesome stuff.
So, okay, before we kind of give the final shout outs and we get ready for lobby number 1, have this moment, be completely selfless here. Why Navy over Army? All right, this is what everyone needs to know. Navy over Army. Your time to shine for it.
Yeah, so for me, it's easy. Grandfather was in the Navy. He was a commander, so he breathed Navy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I was ready to go with him, guiding me. So, yeah, go Navy, beat Army all day.
There it is. Yeah, I just want to give general shout-outs here towards America's Navy for helping put on the College Warzone event that you're going to be seeing throughout all of the next 8 weeks. If you want to know more about what you could find and maybe the opportunities the Navy can give you, of course, not only is it the full gamut of career opportunities leading into STEM areas such as engineering, cryptology, and IT, but of course the Navy esports team is formed from different sailors who all have mutual passion for gaming. You can learn more about those opportunities in today's Navy. There's boundless as the sea itself, and you can learn more by heading to Navy.com. With that, though, that's the Anchors Away pre-show. Heading over to a brief intermission. When we get going, it's going to be lobby number 1 of 5 and the opening qualifiers for College Warzone. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We're going to cut that timer a touch short because all of our players, believe it or not, are ready in lobby for drop number 1. Man, it's really crazy, trying to pick out predictions and stuff like that when it comes to this, because it's the first time we've ever done it. It'll also be the last time we ever do it for this iteration of Warzone. But I think I'm really just curious to see mostly all the players that had represented their universities through the College COD League normally, and then of course obviously that there's natural spotlights that get shown and when FaZe Blue's playing, and it's just hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of banter actually going on inside the general chat for our Discord channel here as well. It's just quite comical to be able to see that everybody is, maybe, I wouldn't necessarily say nervous. I think excited would probably be the best way to put it. The same way that we frame up at the beginning of every single CCL year is that everybody gets to represent their college, yes, but also gets to put out there what they do have to offer as an individual in such a prestigious game of Warzone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for a lot of different reasons. Number one, how are the players just going to handle, going from one to the other? Number two, with Caldera kind of coming back into the mix here and kind of stepping away from Rebirth Island and stuff like that, what's going to be the general mentality around how they're going to drop? Because we heard it kind of from Blue in the first place, also from Lieutenant Jones kind of talking about it. Get in, get kills, feel out the lobby, and then we'll make decisions after that. And you know what? When you're dealing with a lot of unknown circumstances, and this is probably the first competitive time that a number of these players have played in full custom lobbies, I think that's a pretty straight up way about going about it. If you feel confident in yourself, go. Try to see how many kills you can pull, and if it comes down to just bad rotations or bad decisions early, then you can kind of slow things up. I think that when you start slow, it's hard to speed up, but when you start fast, it's easy to slow down. That's my general mentality, at least.
It's always going to be hard to catch back up if you do start slow, right? If you land so isolated from yourself, obviously you're going to be able to get the cash, you're going to be able to get your loadouts, sure, that's whatever. But if you're so isolated from where the rest of the lobby is located at, this kind of goes back to what I was talking about in the pre-show, right? You can get all the point multipliers in the world, but if you don't have kills to bump up that point multiplier, you can finish 4th place throughout the entirety of the day, but without getting a single kill, you might be able to scrape by with maybe a top 5 placing. Those top 3 places that auto-qualify for playoffs is really going to be done mostly by just those teams that are getting a lot of kills consistently throughout the entirety of the lobby.
It's going to be interesting, man. I'm pumped for it. We were told lobby is just about ready to go, so hopefully it won't be too long before we start to see the teams dropping on in towards lobby number 1. You got to keep in mind that everyone's fighting for not just the individual round points, but if you can get to the top 3 by the end of these 5 drops, you're technically already good to go for playoffs in about a month and a half. It doesn't mean that you can't play in the other qualifiers, because there is a little bit of money to be earned in these individual qualifiers. But once you're in, you're locked, you're good to go. The only thing that would take you out of those auto qualification spots is if you choose to make a roster move. So those are the things that we kind of got to keep in mind on the longer scale. But individually, I think I'm just going to be pumped to just sit back, watch some Warzone, see exactly who's going to come out on top here early. And I will say, just for what it's worth, I'm really happy to see that there's actually a more individual breakdown of the point multipliers, because I feel like a lot of the multipliers that we see is like you have 2 times for first, and then 2nd through 5th is the same. That's not the case here. You get a boost for being in 2nd, a little bit of a boost for being in 3rd, and then there's more categorized groupings of multipliers. So we will reward teams for finishing individually somewhere in the top 3, a little bit more than normal.
Yeah, exactly the point. That you want to be able to make that ever so wanted top 3 placing, right? So that way you can get that point multiplier. It does exactly reward what Blue and Lieutenant Jones were talking about in that video with Goj, is that if you can end up getting all of the kills in the early stages, you can consistently make that happen all the way through the end, then yeah, you can give yourself a pretty big buffer all the way before the game's end.
Yeah, should be interesting. We are hearing that there are some things going on with the lobby, so we were trying to get in a little early, but it's going to have to wait just a touch longer. So we'll step off to just a brief intermission, and when we come back live, we'll be dropping into lobby number 1. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are dropping on in, getting ready to go with the countdown for lobby number 1. Man, I'm pumped to see it. It's going to be really curious, I think, to see who comes out hot, and is that going to change up the mentality for any of these guys? And it's also important to know, we didn't even talk about this at the pre-show here proper. This is a no-rules Warzone event. Whatever you want to use it. There are no restrictions, any form, as we jump into these lobbies through every single qualifier.
LMGs, rocket launchers, claymores galore. Bring them all out. I want to see some crazy stuff. I was sitting there just having some poking fun with some of the Ottawa boys because they were DMing me. They were like, "No way, you guys are casting this?" And I said, "Absolutely." It's like they didn't open up Twitter and see the announcement today, Alan. But so I was like, "Give me a show today, boys. Just triple stack rocket launchers. Just if you find them on the ground, just bull rush your way into a building. If you see someone camping in there, I want to see some chaos today."
You know what I also love to see?
What's that?
It's someone changing their sensitivity on the drop-in. Tell me you feel confident about your setup without telling me you feel confident about your setup. That was comedy. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're starting to get loud.
Where's that whenever we game? I need that out of you.
Man. Well, first of all, when we game, we played PGA, so.
But I get an eagle chip in, I need that from you.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. It's kind of bouncing around, seeing where all the different teams are going to be landing at. We'll jump on with the Longhorn Gaming Squad. We heard from Breakaway that he was excited about the Texas teams, and rightfully so. Hey, the CCL squads in the Western region, in particular down south in Texas and Oklahoma, were at battle with one another pretty much from start to finish, so it's important to kind of see if they have any more advantages here in the Warzone scene.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's kind of what I was saying just about the Ottawa boys. That does end up ringing on true for a lot of our Western teams because that was definitely the more competitive region. I will say that much for sure. And they can really lean on some of their just core-based mechanics and just maybe being better and just gutting a lot of this lobby down.
Yeah.
Not too bad of a start. Got some cash. Already have a kill for themselves as well. Just trying to work up this scav a little bit, get their cash flow going for us, Alan, and might be able to see a loadout here soon.
Oh, already Steve-O going to be captured out, though, as he's already fallen, so into the gulag that he will go. The Shenandoah esports team, I will say, they had a lot of eyes on them. Coming in from last year, playoffs were definitely in the realm of grabs for them, and just comes down to can they improve, and who knows. I'm excited to see some new schools be represented, not just in what we had from last year during Vanguard, but I imagine we'll see a lot of new universities representing themselves here when it comes down to these 7 weeks quals.
You can almost take this almost as a test, right? Because there's going to be a handful of names that you and I both don't know. Here inside the Gulag, MP40, pretty bare bones by the look of it as well. Just got to be able to fish out where some of these opponents are. Now, you do have tax to be able to utilize, but just kind of rush straight up the front, gets the info.
Combat's on the other side. St. Edward's already in a little bit of trouble, but not going to work out here. 2 players now down for the side of Shenandoah as Combat's able to win the Gulag. Over towards some of our rating champs, the Northwood Esports squad. You have Pink, Infinite, and Thugger getting a little bit of a gunfight. Molly coming down. It's actually going to completely drop Thugger once again. And it's just down to Infinite all of a sudden as they continue to try to scrap things through. A couple of kills early, but nothing significant at least, as they will be able to play for their Gulag as well.
Hey, these Gulags are pretty important. You have to remember that the Gulag kills, of course, do count towards the overall point tally there at the very end of the road. So not only is it important to be able to win the Gulag, get back down to your comrades, but also at the same point in time, get that kill tally and make other teams a little bit weaker to make your road to the end of the game number 1 a little bit easier.
Well, we can low-key get a UAV quick. You guys want to?
Yeah. All right, it's a little bit of conversation about early UAVing. I was going to say, I think the other kind of interesting thing is, not only how familiar are these teams and players when it comes down to their ability to understand the flow of the game, but more importantly, how can you kind of take what you do out of the public sphere and turn it into competitive advantages? And being able to play for early UAVs when you feel good about your loadout, that has to be step number 1.
Oh, totally. Now, I mean, you want to be able to utilize any bit of resource to be able to capitalize on a weaker push, right? This is going to be the make or break situational awareness for a lot of these collegiate players at the end of the day, instead of just playing those public matches. Get some early damage and then utilize those resources to push on forward and really clean up the fight with relative ease. That'll become a lot more apparent when we get down to playoffs.
In towards the University of Illinois, OG Capo playing up against Cap Crew. Nice long-range shots will win him the gulag, and you take a look to see what exactly is happening with the map. The circle is also starting to push further and further forward towards the top side of the minimap. So it'll be interesting, I think, to see how teams want to rotate as well. It's not just off of opening drops, but one of the things that we always kind of take a look at is timings of rotations. And we already mentioned things like UAVs can be hugely important, but how much time do you spend looting versus how much time do you spend trying to get eliminations, especially when the zone will force you into just essentially half of the map?
Yeah, it's kind of what I was talking about earlier with the point multipliers, right? You have to do both at the same time. And I know that it's a four-hit statement of the day already. It's coming out relatively early from me. I get it. But even more so than that, you have to be able to multitask when it comes down to Warzone. Be able to get those rotations, get your loadout, find some comfort along the way. Schmal's under pressure inside of the warehouse. Has to back all the way up. Does has armor plates to kind of reset this a little bit. But the biggest question is he going to be able to get these off in time to come help out his teammate of Snappin', who seems to be in quite of a bind upstairs?
I hear multiple kids. That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, so I was about to say, this is an interesting position to be kind of split, and Schmal's in a little bit of trouble. Takes down one. That was Ghosty who will fall. Response comes out. Reset will be able to confirm. There is at least a trade on the knock, but overall, it's just down to Snappin' to be the last one left here for his team as he tries to work his way through the gulag.
Yeah, you can already see Capri fully taken out, so a lot of pressure on Snappin', who, by the way, I mean, all of Concord are in there. That much was apparent. Didn't get the final blow, I believe, on that down that Schmalz was able to find, so a lot of pressure on Snappin' to probably hightail their way out of that situation, but mostly just waiting for Schmalz to be able to get their opponent here inside the gulag to see if they can come back to help out their teammates. Down low, you can see you got Token versus Sue down inside the gulag. It's going to be quite apparent to be able to see how many teams are honestly going to be taken out quite early just for their overall aggression.
Little dance with the devil here between Surge and Optimal Flames. Just wasn't sure where to go, and that was actually going to be the death of him. So CSU able to tally up another elimination. And there's a lot of squads that actually find themselves down early here in towards the gulag. I won't say that I'm surprised by this, but in a certain way, I kind of am. I mean, just because we're so used to watching the high-level competitive side of this, and we often don't see teams squaring off this much this early. A lot of it is trying to get in towards good positions and find good footing. I mean, we're used to seeing Rebirth now, which obviously means that there's more engagements right off the rip, but when you think back to, like, Verdansk, full pro custom lobbies, we often didn't see teams fighting to this type of level. So we're already seeing a tempo change here in College Warzone competitively, or comparatively rather than the normal competitive scene.
Fire Dragon last alive for their team. There's a lot riding on this gulag within its own self versus Combat out of St. Edwards. And the moment they try to go play for the flag, Combat will let them have it. Out at 34th, not exactly where you want to be, but to go back to your conversation earlier, Alan, it is quite important, obviously, to be able to take those adaptations earlier on. Land aggressively, learn where other teams are landing at, and then maybe take a safer approach in later drops.
Yeah, we'll see. You kind of had a look there from Oda Ottawa. They look like they're cruising at the moment, but the Zips are down to 1. It's Elite playing up against Wooski on the other side. This would be the opening lobby life. Shots connect, but not getting the full finish. There's 2 HP left to clean up, and there it is. The Gulag is 1, and the Zips stay alive.
I know if Logan's watching, he's going to be quite happy about that one with his Zips just barely staying alive at that. Step 1, get out of the Gulag. Step 2,
where do you go?
Where the heck are you going to go? What's up, Bio?
What's up? I guess I never realized that his name was Biohazard. I always just did it as Bio. Because
I mean, that's how we casted him throughout the Vanguard year.
Well, his in-game name was always just BYOH. He didn't have the ZRD at the end of it. Like
he wasn't hazardous. He was just Bio.
He was just Bio. He was just literally a figure of biology. Is all.
You got him?
Edge of the zone here. Menace looking to play around the helicopter a little bit, and that works out. Texas is able to find themselves an elimination, plus a nice tool to grab the loadout, jump into the helicopter, and then push right back to where you need to go. So good tools of the trade already left, as we have 33 total squads, 77 total players looking to get into round number 2.
Loadout available here. We go ahead and pick that bad boy up and just have the double weapon set up. This is exactly what you want to see, especially for Longhorn, who were quite in a bind earlier on when we saw them at the beginning stages of this drop, but they're looking pretty darn healthy at this current moment of time. And now you start asking yourself, you start rotating your way inside the zone, how many buy stations is Saucy going to roll past? Because he has $9,500 by UAV for himself and maybe even a teammate. That is going to be a crucial resource later on.
See how that comes into play. Texas comfortable at the moment, still kind of outside the zone. And with the helicopter, I mean, I think we all have to attribute the helicopter meta and what that means as far as potential kills go to, of course, TVE, one of the OGs when it comes to maneuvering helicopters like no one else. Obviously, that's at Verdansk, though. Very different environment here for Caldera. Not a lot of tall, super big buildings to have to escalate, but the ability to go from point of interest to point of interest is it's obviously very, very quick. So see how they decide to use this. Looking over towards the outsides of factories. Yeah, I think they're thinking about it. They're just going to land right on in. They definitely see a couple of players nearby, so maybe a chance to clean up some kills here.
Could also just kind of kamikaze that helicopter into it if they can coordinate it. Already players dropping out of it. It seems that the idea here for Menace is maybe try to land it in a position that they could end up taking it later on. Nope, there it goes. Just kind of eat it towards the roof. Not going to find any damage at all. But hey, if you can't use a helicopter later on, you might as well keep it out of reach of other teammates. But sees a player down low inside the hut, tries to get the turn, will not get the burn. That's User, who's actually there with Blue. So Virginia Commonwealth able to clean up Menace as they try to come swinging on in.
Yeah, that is not a like hide my username streamer thing. That is literally the guy's name based on the list that we have. So keep that in the back of our minds. Cruelty Lightning eats Duet. On the way over through ruins at the moment. Still doing a bit of looting here, surprisingly enough.
Bro.
As they're outside the zone. He's just giggling about it. Dude, can't get out. Door stuck. Door stuck.
The real 1v1 we always wanted was Ethan versus Sandbags. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Sandbags won that one.
See you in the next drop, Sandbags.
Oh, this is terrifying. Yeah, I know we're definitely going to get slammed going across here.
I love to hear it.
If there's one thing we always know about the Ottawa boys is that the vibes
They're
will always
comedy,
be at an all-time
dude.
high.
Yeah, these guys are going to be comedy from start to finish.
I'm not going to see anybody close. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to see anybody close.
A lot of open land here as they're rotating in towards the final bits of the zone, but you can even see it again. The conversation does have to be brought up. A lot of this upcoming zone, when it starts closing in from ring to 2 to 3, a lot of it's out of the water. So we're not going to see a lot of poke and prod situations, especially with the loadouts intact. Again, there are no rules. So snipers, Swisses, use them all, baby. Get those long-range kills.
Supply drop. Oh my gosh. You hear them talking like, I don't know what's going to come out of this. I don't think I've ever opened this before. And then the immediate reaction, oh my god. Cluster strikes, air strikes, UAVs, cash, redeploy balloons, the whole 9 yards. As we jump back over to the side of Infinite Pink, Thugger. Northwood got shot at a touch, but they've got some great high ground positions, and we did see a couple of teams earlier try to rotate from this angle that they're looking at. So, do they have the ability of kind of using this high ground position to reap some kills?
There's still someone on this house right there.
That's a pretty good idea here. Thugger's going to be watching the flank while the other two just kind of rain hellfire from above.
Team shots need to be absolutely on point. The biggest consideration is, do you even give this up to maybe try to collapse on the damage? And yeah, there it is. Answer immediately. Pink is going to lead the charge. They're dropping down. They like the damage they found.
Yeah, might as well collect the kills. If it's a free one, it's a free one. Oh, this guy's absolutely just toasted. Do we really need to throw the cluster? Semtex connects.
Another one. In this building.
Stim back out. More players nearby. Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right, there's a team right here.
That works.
People right here on the red.
Look, that's at some of that hybrid skill that we were talking about in between some of these challengers players, some of the top colleges that we did have throughout the Vanguard year that you're probably going to end up seeing, right? You get the damage, you get the confirmation. Just go ahead and full send them, get the kills, easy peasy. One less squad that you have to worry about later on, especially the zone not being too far away from their current position. You also get some extra cash that if it ends up being required, if you need it, you can also get some more UAVs, get some pings across the map, or maybe the next thing to collapse on.
I have a loadout. You think
Well, since the last time we kind of updated the overall player count, we've dropped about 27 or so, from 77 down to 52. 22 total squads left compared to the 33 we had earlier. So once again, as we kind of tally the tempo of the lobby, between the second round to the third, seems like the kills still coming just as rapidly as they were from the first to the second. And you have to assume that at a certain point here, as we continue to kind of go back and forth between one side of the zone to the other, how many squads are trapped in between, and how many teams are still looking to play kind of this rotation warfare that we've seen out of both St. Edwards and now as well from Ottawa?
A lot of those teams in the center are going to have to fight their way out. They're going to have to punch their way out eventually, you would assume. If not, they're just going to be completely collapsed on. That's why you're seeing a lot of teams just try to play more towards edge rather than towards the center. Asami hopped over towards Ottawa Braves. They were a lot more healthier than where they're at the current juncture of time. They've already lost Cruelty.
A little bit of a freeze on our side, but you saw where the Longhorns were for just a moment. Trail end of a gunfight here as Nate Fiasco looks like he was in a bit of trouble. Did a lot of damage, but wasn't able to do too much. So now it's just Nate. Combat down and out. We saw him in the gulag earlier today. So we'll wait to see what Nate has to offer when he gets his last life chance. And we jump over to Illinois. 3 kills on board currently. At least for one of the 3 rather. And what happens from this position where you're still spread out, especially considering how many teams are, I won't say immediately in Naval, but at least somewhere around the area, especially if you look to rotate?
You should always just keep your head on the swivel, especially when you're this isolated, because you should be more than aware that where the zone is currently pulling towards, especially inside of these finer buildings, there's going to be a lot of focus for teams that are still coming on. As you did see Nate, obviously still inside the gulag, so it's still the potential that you might just get dropped on, caught by surprise, but you're still trying to get some loot, getting yourself back in towards the game itself. But a lot of trust that you can just leave Capo out here by themselves. But I mean, you have Exy and as well as Shufi just still rather stacked up with each other, but I wouldn't say that this is a tradable position for Capo to say the least, but at least you are clearing out this building knowing that this could be a rotation for their teammates to come join them here soon.
Yeah, absolutely, and that seems to be where they're going to have to work through. I mean, you've got a yellow threat right now in your manhunt, so you're fine to kind of hang out, tally the scene, wait for whatever Exy and Shufi are doing on the backside, and then you could actually use this as a building to kind of fortify, since it's not immediately inside of Naval, but at the same rate, it's also not like super far outside of the realm of watching teams rotate. So I actually kind of like this building a lot. And again, tell me you're confident in your setup without telling me you're confident in your setup.
That's a very crucial setting. That
really
is
is,
a
though.
very important setting. The worst thing is getting caught out trying to continuously arbor put yourself. Seems that Austin got bought back here for the Braves. Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're in a safe location. You can even just tell on the top left side they have to rotate in towards the zone. And, well, they're quite literally out in the open. They do have some accompaniment for some trees, but snipes galore from the buildings across the way.
I'm good. I think everything else just did, but not my game, which is lit.
Still talking about game status stuff. Oh, Cruelty drops. And finished. Hard for us to see who that was, but it was clearly by way of a scope. And that will be enough for Ottawa to say, all right, have to take a longer route around. Not going to go down the street.
All right, we need to get ready for another
Did not look both ways. There's a joke to be made. That was a cringe one, but we still work on.
I appreciated it.
Do you?
I do, yeah, I know. I always... You never boo me whenever I make look both ways before you cross the street. Especially this past weekend on San... Oh, Ethan!
They were in the zone still.
That's not good. This is all going to come down to Lightning, you would feel, does not have a self-revive here. And Lightning's not exactly in the position to come help this out. Plus, you got the gas in your back. Yeah, Ethan is dead to rights.
Man. So 2 snipes come through. You saw it there in the kill cam just for a moment. It was the backside of dig site by the look of it. I thought for a moment, just kind of listening into the comms, Ottawa were sitting there saying, hey, we're watching a team rotate in front of us. I guess they did not actually see how many players are rotating because someone was falling behind and using the scope to kind of watch their teammates rotate. Oh, and tough shit there is he's not quite able to get to the bottom side of the boat itself. So the ship, once again, a problem. And it's just down to Lightning for sure.
And that was actually Wheels from FGCU. Went along with Kirch, so going to be able to get some help. We take a look at Lightning, and that is going to be the end of Ottawa. Out at 18.
Tough scenes. Again, that multiplier. Have to start keeping an eye on it because this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. I mean, honestly, yeah, there are multipliers that will be in play earlier on in towards the mix compared to normal, but the biggest thing about it is as you start to get used to seeing the top 10, top 5, I'm not even sure. I almost want to say that you kind of have to get the top 10 first and foremost before you really start to see the reward of the actual multipliers themselves. In fact, you might even be able to argue for top 5 being the more important of kind of the statuses. So now we need to start evaluating, do you hold off from trying to play for kills and start to play for positions to make sure you can get to that top 5 boost?
Yeah. It's kind of the point that I was talking about at the top of the broadcast. Yeah, it's just that you want to make sure, most importantly, that you get yourself in that top 5 position. Whether it's just playing safe, playing ratty earlier on, or getting the kills along the way. I think that top 5 consistent placings is probably going to win you out on the day.
Yeah. Again, just as a reminder that top 5 is 1.6 times multiplier. Top 10 is only 1.3. So the bonus from going from top 15 to top 10 is only 0.1, which is not all that significant.
I'm checking our back.
So we'll see. We have gotten into the top 15 though, so all of our squads will have a 1.25 times multiplier. Northwood on the way in. A really good look at this fight, actually, by the look of it, just simply due to the fact that it's kind of a split situation. Nice cross shots come through. The thing about it is the gas is right on your backside, and yeah, there are some masks to play with, but you would love to hold on to these armor plates as much as humanly possible, and there's really just not a lot of ground to work with in front of you. You kind of have to go out into the open, and it looks like, yeah, they're going to take the gas masks out and use some of this to kind of redeploy and try to get a little bit closer.
I like this call, especially for the simple fact of what you said. It wasn't exactly the utmost comfort of cover to move your way back in towards the zone. Plus, you are high up in the air, so you can also get a keen look at this rotation, but just because you're up in the air doesn't mean you're less of a clay pigeon for those teammates down, or those enemies down low.
And the thing about this is you didn't really get a chance to kind of glide your way in towards barracks here, so this is all of a sudden kind of a sticky situation where you don't 100% know if there's anyone in any of these buildings that are right in front of you. Gonna have to re-clear, but all 3 members are here. UAV is going to reveal quite a bit, actually, honestly. Team close by, but not immediately within danger. But with a lot of cash on hand, you kind of have to start thinking that getting this buy station would be a huge tool to try to get into the top 5 for the side of Northwood.
Buy up some armor plates, but you could also get that by way of kills. Cash is not short between this team for Northwood, and you even heard them just previous. You want to fight this team? Well, yeah, they sure do. They're going to be able to slide their way in. Thugger for 2. The damage from behind is going to be good for Infinite to be able to find more knocks along the way. Still teammates from that enemy squad alive. Did not get the team wipe, not yet. Try and chase out what a lot of these players are located at, but the job is done. We're able to get control of that building, and going to be able to have that buy station for their worth.
So let's be careful, though. Getting over to the buy station. You never know who's watching, especially with this circle moving pretty aggressively from west to east.
People to our right. They're going to be rotating in this field. We should probably try to get.
Okay, yeah, there's the call. Yeah, so there are going to be some players that are still rotating on the way in. Seeing one off the parachute. Shots will connect. That's going to be a full-on elimination. Number 9, at least individually. And you have to think that everyone else is sitting around the same number. This has been a great opening lobby.
Oh, totally. I mean, every single time that we popped on Thugger, it's just, you know, being Infinite, able to clean up damage from behind, also finding a lot more kills as well. And I love how proactive they're also playing as well. Team shots are going to be an absolute virtue with the time to kill that does exist here in Warzone, especially with shooting enemies out of the sky. And that proactive approach, again, just trying to fish out where a lot of these enemies are located at, isolating them in tow, because, I mean, with the Gulag being closed, this is last chance saloon for a lot of the enemies.
We're at the top 7 total squads. Again, we go from 1.35 times multiplier up to 1.6 as we get the top 5. Thugger in trouble, Stims away. Just the last 3 armor plates to keep him fully healthy. And at the moment, it actually looks like he's got a little bit of cover to work with. Bink and Infid on the other side are still being able to at least somewhat hold things down. A full team wipe comes out, so now we're down to the top 6. 10 kills for Thugger, and he's starting to really turn some heads.
Runs out of armor plates, though, so these last few kills are going to be crucial to be able to potentially find some armor plates, but does slide back up to their teammates. Will go down in return. Does have a self-revive to utilize here while their teammates overwatch. Precision airstrike is going to keep them trapped inside this shed, though.
I'm surprised he actually spends the full self-revive when 2 of his teammates are right next to him.
Yeah.
And with not a lot of armor plates here, I would have to figure, as one of the only buildings that's in this zone, I would have said stay here. Try to wait for someone else to finish off, and then you guarantee yourself top 5. But it looks like they want to try to use this ridge line over to the right. Armor plates once again broken, but Thugger can stim away, and there's actually a little bit of real estate here. Are they going to change out their loadouts here at the end? Yeah, there sure are. So, bold call, but I like it. You go from the double variable scope now down to just the essential reflex one. It's a greedy play, but it works out.
Yeah. I mean, it's working out because nobody's punishing him for it. You almost do feel like that the squads that are alive are not working with all of the resources in the world. Do not have all of their teammates left over here. So this Northwood roster absolutely punishing everybody else from putting themselves in a position for top 3, as you say. That point multiplier is looking pretty darn spicy for Northwood.
Could be a 3v3v1 or a 3v2v2. But at the moment, Northwood looking like they could possibly be in one of the best positions. Although Bink will get tagged up, has to wait for a bit of regen. Also wants to get extra armor points built back up, which he is able to get to full. Thugger taking her out. We go over to CSU, and how about them? They're in a good spot, so it is a 3v3v1, and they're the ones that are shooting over towards Northwood's direction, so really solid position here. Maybe just to finish things off, the thing is both teams are going to have to rotate from where they currently are.
Legendary armor vest here for Flames. Head glitch on the rock. You also have teammates just trying to take space to have them collapse on this shed. As you were saying, this is one of the last buildings. It is the last building inside the entire zone, but Gas is now going to push them out. It is just shooting fish in a barrel. Wait for them to come out. The knocks are coming through.
Gets the full team wipe and the Warzone victory for Colorado State. Never really having to worry about rotating in toward the new circle. They had the slower side and the more favorable high ground and just general terrain, honestly speaking, with these rocks all over the place. And Northwood forced to have to rotate early, not going to be able to get in and fight back. So Colorado State will be our first overall champions when it comes to a Warzone victory. The question now will be, what were they able to multiply? Because we didn't really get a good look at what kind of total kills they had in that first lobby.
Yeah, I want to say that that's actually the first time throughout the entirety of the first drop that we did actually take a look at CSU, but even more so than that, you do get the comfort of that buffer. That 2x multiplier obviously is going to keep them obviously at the top for winning the game. You should be able to get that prize surely, but I think that even when you're looking at teams like Northwood, yeah, you didn't end up winning drop number 1, but they had to have had somewhere closer to maybe like 25, maybe even 30 kills, because I mean, even Thugger, the only POV that we have to look at was somewhere near 10, and we obviously saw both Bink and Infinite cleaning up kills along the way as well. So I think obviously winning the first drop is going to be great. I don't want to make it sound like I'm have a condescending tone towards CSU. Obviously, big props to them for being able to read the zone properly. But you also have to take a look at the consistency factor from this first drop all the way to the end of the day. Can they keep that up?
2x multiplier for first, 1.85 for second, 1.7 for third. So the distinction between even third and second is still pretty significant. So we'll have to tally up the numbers, see exactly who falls where, and then jump on into lobby number 2. You're watching College Warzone. That's the first ever drop we've ever had here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the gameplay. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back. We are one lobby in for our first qualifier here for College Warzone out of the 5 total drops. And, well, the scores are... We're starting to see how important it is to get a lot of kills and turn that into a high-level multiplier. Colorado State and the Rams, they looked good. Able to clean up that final fight versus Northwood. They tallied up 58 total points, 46 and a quarter for Northwood. Longhorn Gaming was around for a while, tallied up a number of kills of their own, able to finish with 22. And then from there on out, it's really anyone's game. So you've got a little bit of separation for the top 2, but everyone else is pretty tight with one another.
Yeah, remember, it's that top 3 overall that you want at the end of this first day for qualifiers. That'll put you in a qualification spot for playoffs later on down the line, but hard to really just gauge all of the interest just off of one drop, but there is that certain amount of buffer. I mean, 58 points comparatively all the way down to 4th place at 18. I mean, if you're the Rams at this point, from what little that we did see from them previously, Alan, you could just continue to play your game just as patient as you like, read the zones, read them correctly, get some kills along the way. Should be a pretty safe spot to be in.
We'll head over to Virginia Commonwealth as FaZe Blue with his squad looked to do a little bit better than they did the first lobby out. Not really the greatest of results for them as, well, they're not really in the running at the moment, sitting at 6.75 total points. Obviously still a long way to go, but the first drop obviously not very successful for them. So we'll see how much things change or if it's just a, hey, don't worry about it, shake it off. Again, it's a really, honestly speaking, this is a really low pressure set of 5 games. Like, it's 1 out of 7 qualifiers. Yeah, you'd love to be able to have a good week, put yourself into a position to start building up some total points to maybe get a higher seed when it comes to playoffs, but for the majority of teams that are going to be out there, one bad week is going to be whatever to you.
St. Edward's under a lot of pressure here earlier on. Nate needs some help, and will actually get the revive off thanks to at least his teammate, but you can hear that there's a lot of conversation still happening, that they are not safe, not by any stretch of the imagination. Still under a lot of pressure. Armor plates will at least be put into the vests, and well, here comes Nate, able to at least get that final blow and get some earlier loot going for themselves and put themselves in a prettier position.
Yeah, early kills are going to be early kills. Just comes down to, can you actually build an economy and a loadout setup that can get you to reap the early lobby, right? I think that's the bigger thing when it comes down to it. I mean, already a lot of cash starting to tally, but not a buy station in the immediate area, so I imagine vehicles will be the call here after they feel comfortable and confident they've looted the majority of this area. And then move on. That's the biggest thing. Because I mean, we, like you mentioned, we didn't get to see Colorado State a tremendous amount throughout the mid game. There's a lot of the late game situation that we were able to watch them with. But you have to think if they pulled 29 total kills, times that by 2 to the 58, they were doing really well in the early game. So We'll have to see if that's indeed the case or what exactly has been kind of the mentality between, trying to get to 20-plus eliminations plus a high victory when it comes to where you place.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's obviously, it's like you said, early kills are early kills, but, being able to propel yourself to make it to the late game is what is going to be the immediate conversation for a lot of these teams. Ethan already inside the gulag. Seems that they're actually missing one of their teammates there, but we'll get slid on. That is going to be Akron Zips a leap that will take Ethan out of the conversation, and it seems that Cruelty was also not down on the ground for Caldera as well. Still has her gulag to play with.
Sounds like they're still dealing with setup issues. And, ooh, speaking of issues, Colorado State in a little bit of trouble. Towards the gulag. Staka in World of Hurt completely gets his ankles broken. That's by Northwood. So our top two teams, they find themselves in the early gulag. What are the chances?
I blame Son of Pain for writing this script here for drop number 2. Fully, it's on the back end of Jason, and it is a spicy one, to say the least. But, yeah, I mean, CSU losing players earlier on. Again, it's still the early game. Still had at least boots on the ground for maybe then to bounce back into Caldera. Taking a look again here at Menace. Just gets the read on the player over on the left. Tries to go for the slide chow. Gets absolutely smoked on the rechow, though. That is going to be very unfortunate, to say the least. But we actually saw that from Longhorn in the first drop. They bounced back pretty well.
Yeah, sure did. I mean, again, early gulags are early gulags. At best, it's just an extra kill for you. At worst, it's a mere inconvenience if your teammates are still fine, which you take a look at the rest of his teammates, they're fine. So immediately Menace will get brought right back in, and he can go on to his, hopefully, successful ways.
I can't. No. I'm saying buy it here, but like don't throw it here. You get it?
These are some intense comps for early game. We were talking about when we're buying, where we're going. I feel like we very regularly just hear casual conversations like, yeah, let's buy here, let's get into a car, go somewhere else, see what happens.
Appreciate all those strategies, man.
Yeah, some intense IGLing right there.
They're all the way on the north side of the map as well. You can see the zone pulling a little bit down southwest, probably looking towards an airfield or power plant ending, but still, I think task number 1 here on the laundry list, get Menace back in a comfortable position, maybe get their loadout. We'll swap perspectives here again. This is Thugger, Northwood. As we saw earlier on, they were able to find themselves an elimination inside the gulag onto the number 1 team of the CSU Rams. Thugger's actually fully out of the game, but Infinite will find themselves a challenge through the window. They'll get the knock plus the full elim.
Try to get with me, Bink.
Again, the bounce back is very quick to happen. I think the thing is, especially when we, well, haven't really spent a lot of time casting Warzone since Verdansk was a thing for some reason. But back during then, when you fall out and you get the early gulag and you either win or lose it,
I'm checking again.
we often see a very slow ability to kind of recuperate because you've lost out on potential loadouts. You have to regain cash. It just turns into kind of a financial hole in a way.
There's a trophy right there.
Whereas if you can cleanly kind of work your way through rotations early, clear out POIs cleanly, your ability to get a power spike based off of full armor plates, full self-revive, UAVs, like you have the ability to use that money in a more beneficial way towards getting something like 25-plus kills. Whereas if you're in and out of the gulag, in and out of buying players back, it just feels like you're just hoping to get to 10 to 15 kills at that point. So I don't know. I think there's something to be said here about how many early fights that we're seeing for these squads, and maybe they're not all that worth it.
Might not be. Again, those are those adaptations that were even being talked about when Goach was interviewing both earlier on in the beginning of this broadcast, right? You find yourself those opportunities in the earlier drops to drop rather aggressively, but even sitting here in drop number 2, starting to see immediate adaptations from teams maybe just trying to give themselves a little bit more space. I think that one of those teams will end up being Virginia Commonwealth. Blue up top will have some really clean shots, be able to get that final blow. I believe that was a team wipe that ended up coming through. Very tough to be able to see the kill feed, yes, but still, kills coming through here for VCU. Definitely in a better position, I would say, earlier on here in drop number 2 comparatively to drop number 1. You even hear Blue talking about, like, don't slow down. Utilize this momentum. There's some of that power spike that you were talking about just to be able to ride the high.
And I think this is really interesting because, like, no shade, but, like, these VCU players, like, we'd never heard of before. Like, this VCU team, I want to say, competed during Modern Warfare in the CCL, and they did okay. But, okay, that works. I was going to say, like, you would assume that for someone like Blue, you know, let me try to frame it up this way. For all the power teams that we had in the last 2 years of the CCL, it was people getting recruited, and they're all heavy-hitting challengers players that are at the top level of, you know, the competitive side of multiplayer. The fact that Blue is going into a university with people that we used, you know, I'm sure they're good, I'm sure they're fine, but the fact that he didn't get recruited and bring 2 other studs with him, I think really says a lot about his character, man.
He's got 2 teammates.
Like, he's like Teacher Blue here.
Professor Blue.
I broke him.
Professor Blue.
This one right here.
A little lab coat. He's got some science experiments here, especially with his 2 teammates. Again, there's a lot of communication every single time that we have hopped on the Blue here in drop number 2, and you can just hear him just getting a little bit of that coaching in. You know, being able to, I wouldn't necessarily say tour guide essentially, but it kind of feels like that in a way, because I mean, for both of the Blues teammates, you have to put into consideration like how much Warzone do they play. Couldn't have asked for a better professor within their own self for a guy that eats, breathes, and also sleeps Warzone.
Yeah, solid stuff, man. And you could kind of even hear it just like in his comms with his teammates. Like this one here, like let's keep this one. Like he's guiding. You know what I mean? And I love that. I think that that's something that's really, really valuable when it comes to not just, you know, him wanting to invest into his future a little bit more, just make sure he's more stable in case, you know, let's just say for some reason that Warzone doesn't work out, which it has so far for him, no problems. But to also kind of help boost up other players who want to get involved, that maybe are more academically centered and haven't got the same competitive experience that he has. I like it. I'm really vibing with it right now. I think it's really cool.
I agree. I mean, this is the conversation we had, much like with last year. Is LSU, Louisiana State University, not exactly in a comfortable position, but still a lot of Warzone left to be played. They are currently resting all the way down at 18th with about 6.5 points. There's a lot of congestion down there, and this is, again, where the adaptations need to start coming all the way through. They're not even inside the next zone, but sniper rifles in hand. They have players that are down low inside of this compound, just trying to see if they can find some easier kills, easier damage for them to swoop on in and clean them up.
Yeah. And they're going to have to do all of that kind of in one fell swoop, too, because the fact that the zone is going to start to push them in here in the next, well, 3 minutes, but they've got plenty of time. But be curious to see if they find anything along this route. Doesn't really seem like the most densely populated of all routes to be hitting. 4 kills, though, in hand. And we jump back over to Northwood, who are in trouble.
We got gulags, right?
Yeah, I went to Rogue. I should have stayed up top with you.
It's just Bink. Bink's the last one left.
Yep. Asking if we got gulags. It is all on the shoulders of Bink. Be able to win their gulag here. Well, actually, no, Infinite still has one as well. I was just kind of loading in there. Just a little bit of extra time. But nonetheless, that is a lifeline and a half that you almost have to really rely on for Northwood to be able to find that consistency back. And, well, speaking of consistency, Metis goes down again. Will be bought back by their teammates. Not exactly the best consistency that you're probably looking for, but still their teammates down low doing a bang-up job at least staying alive and making sure that Menace can come back.
He's spawned far left. He's just laying down far left where he spawned.
Team calls coming out.
He's going to the right. I can't see him anymore.
Got live pings on.
Not the gulag.
Right. How much?
Just the communication. I mean, especially in between those two, between search and destroy, 4v4.
May as well be a live ping.
Yeah, I trust those comms.
Yeah, that's facts.
Broken. Nice. That's squad one. Guy in the car. Okay, give me a second.
All right, so for Fisher, good start here. Cap crew had a good game last game by all intents and purposes. Actually, I think the full team had a good game last time around. Oh, they're sitting at 5 points. I'm lying to you. We saw him a lot, though. I feel like we saw, you know, a couple of kills to the gulag. We saw a couple of fights that came through. Okay, no, I'm done.
Getting incredibly closer. You do feel like that this team that they are shooting at is the team that is trying to hunt schmalls, and they will actually lose one of their teammates along the way. That is Cap Cruz. That is down into the ghoulie. Or is it off into the ghoulie now, I guess? You know, you kind of shift off into the boat and over towards the Gulag Island. Pretty tough scenes. Here's Nate. Fiasco out of St. Edwards.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be on the
Hilltoppers looking to have a little bounce back game here. Would be big momentum from the earlier stages of what we saw here for the Hilltoppers.
Holy flashbang. You seen that meme that popped up on on Twitter and TikTok, like it was a Valorant meme, but like the status effects that like the streamer cam gets. I literally just got fully blinded by that flashbang.
So I'm happy. I have this feed on my third monitor, which is very pushed back away.
Dude.
I already have all my panel lights in my face. That's the last thing I need.
Oh man. That's too funny. Texas A&M International currently on screen. Cetra Hollow last two left as the other will have to go through. Blue also will be mitigating in towards the gulag. 8 kills though for Blue. You saw it there flash up for a second. Looked like his teammates had 3 and 2. So as far as overall eliminations are concerned, better round here for VCU.
Oh, absolutely. And you do have that safety net again from the gulag as well. Both the teammates there for Blue still very much still alive. On Caldera, you can see them just kind of poking around airfield. Still floating on in. I'll give you the outcome of Blue's gulag if we do have the chance, but most than that, it seems that Tamu also able to work their way out from the gulag. But then the immediate conversation and question marks still all come around. Can you drop back on your loot reliably? It seems so, considering that your teammates are around.
Yeah. And that's one of those things where, again, the gulag is just a mere inconvenience where it comes to time. It's just like, well, that's an extra minute and a half or so off of what we could be doing rotation-wise. But everything's fine. Everything's all right. It's fine. No one's mad.
Over here? Is it calling a loading over here? Or by? Northwest. Camping.
Where do you go from here, though? Because, I mean, again, that minor inconvenience also has to come through that you are missing out on some of the most important stuff about your loadout as a whole.
Well, I mean, it looks like they're still pretty kitted, right? So
yeah,
I
mean,
would
you got
say,
the weapons, and you just stack up together, and you just rotate together. You just have to overwhelm anybody that runs in your way, really.
I would say,
Bertha to use.
Yeah, Bertha, and just run around until people shoot at you. I mean, you probably have a pretty big power spike right here. The only thing they're really missing is cash, right? I mean, it's just 3,600 total for the squad, so they're not able to kind of utilize UAV movement, but I still think you could kind of use the fact that, hey, we've got full armor plates. We've got all the weapons we could possibly want. May as well take a jump, and Blue's getting absolutely told, dude. Was that Roosevelt? Yeah, that was Yikes from Roosevelt University. They were sitting in the top 10, and, well, Yikes will let them know about what just happened right there in the gulag. Bold, but I guess when you get the chance, might as well.
It's not every day that I guess you get that chance, but still a lot of Warzone left to be played here, Yikes. Let's get her going. But yeah, Roosevelt still sitting at about 12 points. A lot of work to be done. Back over towards Longhorn Gaming. University of Texas at Austin. Still sitting rather pretty. Again, you know, they do have that comfort from third all the way down. I guess their immediate competition would mostly be what is now the Braves, who are starting to attack on a few more points through this game specifically. But
yeah, they are. Well, we're in towards 18 total teams left. So we're getting close to that first kind of surge in overall multiplier for the top 15. West Virginia now on our screens. Also had a pretty solid year this last year in the CCL, looking, I'm sure, to boost that into 2023. Modern Warfare 2 coming up. And also, obviously, do well here in the College Warzone scene. Brandon, the first one to fall. Ethan looks like he's trying to communicate something, but this is a split-up roster at the moment. Pretty much all 3 players off on their lonesome, and well, you can already see the movement coming out. Panic is like, nah, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Is this in zone? Yeah, this is.
this is going to be a very scary situation when you are trying to rotate all the way in, so isolated from your teammates. Cash almost needs to be perfectly on point. If not, you need to have at least one player to be safe, because 1v3ing in a lobby like this, not exactly easy to do. I know that I'm probably eating my words considering that we saw FaZe Blue do it not even to about like 10 minutes ago, but you have to be twisted out of your mind to fully take down an entire squad if they are all stacked up together. Back over towards Fisher, back working in their full stack of 3. Communication coming through. Pings soon to follow, trying to clean up with the kills that they're finding.
Yeah.
One shot.
Shots are connecting. Pushing, trying to finish off the kill.
I don't even know where he went.
They've bamboozled him. There he is.
Got him. No.
Oh, but wait a second. More players nearby. Schmal's in trouble. Snappy was also down, and self-revive is at least here, but Cap is nowhere near this fight at the moment, so a little bit of help will be needed, and no, Schmalz cannot get away, leaving Cap Crew as the last one left alive. A little bit greedy off the push-through, and it's going to be Kirchie who's able to punish.
I am fighting.
Still have the safety net of the gulag here if you are Schmalz, but a lot of pressure there on the Cap Crew, who does end up finding a vehicle, so they got the heck out of Dodge. Magnum in hand. This is a wild one. Sim shot for the speed boost. Gonna try to flip out the map entirely, just favoring for the reload. Maybe just try to bait out for when this flag does pull, to try to get in the face of their enemy.
Shots! Oh, gosh, I will say, out of all the weapons that could drop into a gulag, bolt action, or not bolt action, hammer action revolvers, get me out of there. Bolt action revolvers.
A bolt action revolver?
Could you imagine?
I'd rather not. I'd rather, that sounds really painful just to try to shoot continuously, just IRL, and not to mention in-game. That animation would just be disgusting.
That would have to be like the smallest bolt ever. Like, it's like, what is this? A bolt action for ants? Like,
you lightly you have to grip it lightly with your thumb and your index finger, just like, okay, just nice and yeah.
It's like a toothpick. It's like actually a toothpick though. It's like not even made out of metal. Illinois in trouble.
At that point.
Or are they? Yes, they are. Top 16 just outside of the next boost towards multiplier.
I'm just like
not great news for Illinois. Back over to Virginia Commonwealth. And Blue's back. We're still holding on to 8 kills though.
That was really tough to see, I'm not gonna lie. Panic into the gulag. The side sight, man. Dude, there's nothing that just throws my eyes into the mix playing in the gulag than when the gun has to be raised in such a manner like that. But hey, got to be able to find the kill. Overtime has popped. Even hear the communication coming through from the teammate. He was, in fact, on the right. That's going to be UT Velocity. Going to be able to come out on top of the Type 11 gulag. That will, unfortunately, force West Virginia out at 15th. Yeah, at least they found some kills along the way, huh?
Yeah, I sure did. Hey, the thing is, though, it's still, you know, we'll have to take a look to see how much they boost from the first game to the second. But based on all assumptions from what we saw after lobby number 1, I mean, you have to get 20-plus kills and finish top 5. You're going to have to. I mean, it's very early days to say that, but I think for qualifier number 1, hello. That was like the start of one of those Warzone TikTokers that says like do like all the meme sound effects and stuff. Just popped up. Oh, hello there.
Get the Obi-Wan Kenobi soundbite.
I'm saying.
I need it. Free kill there for LSU, trying to have a big bounce back for them.
They're gonna third party them.
Louisiana State University still trying to make the argument to make their way closer towards the top 10. Over towards FGCU, it is none other than Kirchi. And that's a great conversation to have right there. Again, a lot of damage on the Kirch. Got to be able to take your time, find the damage when it's required. No need to overextend, especially at this current location.
Yeah, we do. I'm not near you guys. Come here.
Oh, shit.
It just comes, I mean, this is a tough rotational point because, again, there's a lot of foliage around. Obviously, there's players that are behind them. This is a tough gunfight, by the way. I mean, honestly, even though they have a little bit of rock coverage here, it's not as good as it looks. And yeah, I like this call. If you're going to take this gunfight, get this ridge.
Knocked one. Nice.
Try to come up from behind.
Holy shit, I'm not missing, boys.
Looks like the gunfight is already won, though.
I'm coming.
Nothing a heartbeat here for Kirch. As I said, I mean, you got to be able to work your way through all of this foliage, and also getting the conversation that there are teammates dropping in from the sky, mounts up on the tree, but Kirch a little hesitant on trying to take those shots, could not get the line of sight all the way down to be able to lead those shots long range. So that player will be able to drop back in almost for free. It's important noting that here for the 5th ring pull, the gulag is in fact closed, so this is really the end-all be-all, and we'll hop back over here towards Longhorn Gaming. Menace is alive and doing quite well, but they do lose one of their teammates along the way, but still finding kills are Longhorn.
Top 10 squads, 1.35 multiplier.
Stay close on these fucking,
and FGCU having a much better game here than they did the first time around.
Grabbing Ghost.
Going to swap out the weapons, try to make something that's a little bit more doable here for what we've got as a final zone. Nice shot's going to connect. But not enough. One teammate will fall, so it's just down to Kirch and Wheels. And we're still kind of pretty far away from the top 5 at the moment by the look of it.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And you can see them immediately just looking at the map,
I have a gas mask.
asking If they can even get Crazy back into the mix, but no buy station. So this is going to be it. We'll hop back over, and well, that's going to be an 8th place finish there for Tam. Very unfortunate, to say the least, but still much better for what we're seeing for a lot of these teams that did bow out quite earlier on. Back over towards FGCU, trying to clean up these 2 players that they were getting heartbeats on inside the house. And they will do quite well to be able to get that team wipe.
Good, I'm good. I got the satchel.
Yeah, the satchel behind you.
Still some work to be done, though, when it comes to trying to get to the top 5. I'll say that much, especially with how this zone is looking. Lots of buildings that could still be used.
Okay.
So, staying occupied.
Yeah, they're fighting in here.
I imagine most of these buildings will be tough to contest as well, just for what it's worth.
Yeah, VCU was there.
Over towards Terminal, though, Ronan's still alive, and he's got a little bit of space to work with here. If he can watch and make sure that there's no one coming from behind him, he could just kind of go prone inside of these sandbags and maybe be in. He's going to take shots. Armor is already broken off one player. But that's bold to kind of reveal yourself here. Fortunately, we did just get into the top 5, so now it's just kind of one of those situations that every kill could possibly turn into a placement, and especially considering that we're in the top 5 total teams, there's only 8 total players.
Going to be a lot of isolated 1v1s across these very, very open zone, and yeah, inside the trailer. But still, as you were saying, revealing your position, just trying to find these kills and towards the back. Ronan wants it bad, not even going for some armor plates, just slowly inching their way backwards, trying to get themselves inside of the zone. And that player is still very much so inside the trailer. It's Scream. He jumps out. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Still gets the 5th place.
Both players had the same idea at the exact same time. Back over to Florida Gulf Coast. Trying to work on this building. I'm surprised they're not being shot at by anybody else around the area, if I'm being candid with you. But as Wheels drops, there's the other shots. It's UT on the inside, somebody else outside, but UT gets the final kill, and that's going to be another top 3 placement here for Texas.
Wait, this guy's gun has low
We're on
recoil.
Thugger, but he's watching
How to damn this guy?
Wheels at the moment. Did he get back up?
Like the skeletal?
Or are there 2 different Wheels in the game?
I think there are 2 different wheels, Alan.
Okay, I was going to say,
You got wheels for Western University.
Oh, that...
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second, we just watched Wheels die.
Nah, the sheet already got updated.
Immediately get their second life, just like that.
was
Wheels
like,
been
how did
closed for
that
quite some
happen?
time,
I
and
was like,
Wheels is back over here. He's actually across the zone. Funny enough.
The worst.
UT looking good, though. It's a 3v1v1. I mean, you have to win this lobby if you're Texas. I mean, look how much utility they have. They're still full armored up. Like, just go. Oh, my gosh. Whoever that is has got a beamer. Oh, it's Wheels. Oh, but the other solo's on his left. He gets killed by the other solo. So Texas Tech is the last team. Did Texas Tech just win? Did he just solo that? He just soloed that.
I didn't see him. I didn't see shit. I didn't see shit.
Yeah, he was back there.
Uh-oh.
Are you kidding?
Uh-oh.
Good game.
I mean, I hate it. Look, if there's any consolation, both Shift and myself, we have a lot of experience when it comes to Battle Royale. It's just Warzone included. But it's just one of those things where you have to recognize how many players, comparatively to teams, are left in the lobby. And you have to be able to do that math, at least try to understand to some extent. We're inside the building. We have 3 players. Just go. You have to get that information very quickly, and you need to be able to find those team shots along the way. Yeah, Island just living up to their name. Out on an island on a rock over there, finds the free kill onto Wheels, just trying to get some shots on the Longhorn inside the building, and then just kind of cleans up everybody else with the head glitch on the rock that they had. Unbelievable.
That's crazy, dude. That was a 1v3v1 that Texas Tech convert at a key moment. Oh, man. And you kind of heard it there from Menace's POV. Like, Texas not happy about that. A, because you lost to Texas Tech. B, because you should have won the lobby. I think they were thinking the same thing, but some beamers on the last 2 players that were left. So all of a sudden, you start to look over towards at least what we saw there down at the bottom. Like, Texas is in a great position because they had 2 good finishes in a row, but they're not quite able to close things out. And again, it's early, but these are things you need to figure out. When you're in a 3v1v1, you have to win those lobbies when it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to propel and keep Longhorn within top 3, but we're even continuing on this conversation. We're barely even halfway through this first day of qualifiers, but that's more alarming when you do get towards playoffs, right? Or how are you going to be able to combat it against the other top teams from the other qualifiers as well? Just things you got to be able to figure out for sure.
Well, that takes us to the end of lobby number 2. Before we go to break again, major shout-outs to America's Navy, as if you're looking for, a possible educational career or just maybe furthering a professional career, look no further than America's Navy, which they offer a full gamut of career opportunities in leading-edge STEM areas such as engineering, cryptology, and including IT. Take a look and learn more over at Navy.com. You can also check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. All media are /America's Navy. We'll head to a break, make sure that the scores are all inputted correctly, and come back through with lobby number 3 right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to College Warzone. We are through 2 of our 5 total drops, now heading into the 3rd. And what in the heavens is this opening circle?
That's 5 points.
Well, we're getting a little bit of a mix of everything. I mean, our last zone pulled, or our first zone pulled all the way up towards Arsenal. The next zone ended up pulling all the way down towards Airfield, more or less. And well, now we're starting half of this this zone all the way in the water, closer towards runway, in between docks. This is insanity. Here's your live leaderboard update.
Yeah, they
And
restarted.
Longhorn, as much as the shortcoming was not being able to win out that game, they have actually found themselves some consistency, placing in within the top 3. They will be your overall leader.
Yeah, the Longhorns from UT have 2 consistent lobbies and what I assume are 2 consistent sets of kills. Good news. But even with that, they still are barely over Colorado State, who only found, I think, 8 points that last game. So not a great second drop out of Colorado State. Whereas for Texas Tech, the team that had just won, we're going to jump on board with them to see how they start. And
No, you're good. Just you're good.
I don't know. I think it's going to be curious to see if they can go back-to-back, because I didn't get a chance to really see where they were after their first drop. But, hey, I mean, you're right in the running all of a sudden with just a really solid win. Yeah, they're still down about 25 points or so, but, hey, it's still not a bad position to be in.
I think it really does speak volumes about, you know, the 5 drops that we do have here per qualifier, obviously, is what you can do all off of just one bad game. You have one good game, and then you've propelled yourself and really just encroached on the leaderboard all the way much to the point where you are just within about 20 points or so. In between you and Northwood is where Texas State currently sit at. Again, top 3 will end up qualifying you for playoffs at the end of this road.
All right, so there's going to be a lot of restart here. Looks like some players had a trouble getting into the private custom lobby, so we'll come back out and take more of an official look at the full-on leaderboard as far as what we have, at least for now. I don't know. Look, we could sit here and try to speculate all we want. That's all we're going to be doing is speculating. Until we really get the chance to kind of get a big sample size of maybe the first 3-4 weeks, then we'll be able to tell, like, what is it going to take to build what is a good weekend, or a good day, rather, I'd say. Because the start for Colorado State, getting 28 kills in a win, 29 kills in a win, that might be incredible. That might be an unbelievable first drop. Because for the Longhorns, they're barely over Colorado State with 2 top 3s and what assumed to be some pretty solid eliminations. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I think again, the one word when it comes down to these long days of Warzone qualifiers is what you're mostly going to be looking at is consistency, and I think that Longhorn have been able to find that again. You know, with that 3rd place that they ended up getting with about 13 kills, and then immediately projecting themselves into a better position to be able to get 2nd place within the 2nd drop to propel them. Yes, just barely above the Rams out of CSU, sure, but you know, if you can consistently place yourself within top 3 with maybe about like 12 to 18 kills along the way, I think that is going to be the recipe for success, and a lot of these teams are going to be searching for later on. But even more so than that, to be outside of the bubble of that top 3 position, what you're going to be looking at for the auto qualification spot for playoffs, you need to be able to have one of those big games. You need somebody like Island from Texas Tech to go huge in that 1v odd situation all the way at the end to help propel yourself, get that 2 times multiplier, and bring yourself closer towards that top 3 position.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that there's going to be a lot of learning to be done here on every front, for what it's worth. But the thing is, we're going to know after this weekend, we're just going to be able to set a bar. Like, all right, this is the team that won. They scored this many points, which means on average per drop, you need this. That we're going to be able to for sure be able to say that. It's just as we try to figure things out, you know, where are the outliers at? Like, or how much freedom do you have to possibly have a bad game?
Mm-hmm.
You know, looking at Virginia Commonwealth in particular off that list, I mean, they had like 6 points after the first drop. Now they're at 24, and they're in the top 10. So, do you have the ability of possibly having another outlier game? Because we often say, like, when we look at the competitive side, the more official competitive side, if you want to call it that, which is not official at all, but the competitive things that are being ran on a more regular basis with the big-time creators and streamers, you maybe get 1 bad drop, and then your tournament's over. If you have 2 bad drops, you don't come back from that. So will that hold true for stuff like this? Or is there going to be a little bit more freedom simply due to the fact that the caliber of player is not going to be as good as what we normally watch? Fact.
I think that does actually like open up a little bit more of an entryway. Just talking about like the skill gap as a whole, that you can end up having those massive outlier of a games because again, just to talk about as your drop number one winners in Colorado State, the Rams were a non-benefactor throughout the game number 2, right? I mean, they only found themselves a handful of kills along the way, got little to no point advantages when it came down to the multiplier.
Right.
And the same thing could be said even for Northwood Esports. Those are your top 2 teams that were duking it out there at the end of drop number 1. If you have those bad games, it does open up the floodgates for a few more teams to work their way back in. But it's about being able to find maybe 1, if not 2 of those outliers, like you were saying, to fully bump yourself back up because those teams that are outside the top 10, I mean, they're down considerably by about like 50 points for some of them.
Right. Well, looks like we're going to be taking another little break here while we hopefully get players into lobby a little bit more on a more efficient basis as we start to continue through the evening as we approach the 10 o'clock p.m. hour here in the East Coast. So we'll drop off to a break, and we'll hopefully be back as soon as the gameplay is ready for us for lobby number 3. Don't go far.
Snoop Dogg, dude.
You're gonna be super judgmental, bro. I can't even fucking land properly. Alright, are we going fields again?
Welcome back, everybody. A little caught by surprise there, but we're ready to go on map number 3. Got 3 out of 5 as we jump in with Texas Tech. Team that had won map number 2. And what's the drop strategy? I will say the last opening circle that we got was a little abusive towards the rest of the map, trying to like where you want to drop into, but Texas Tech has a little bit more freedom this time around, and it looks like they are going to be making their way over towards fields.
Doesn't seem like it's overtly contested, but still landing relatively close to each other. There's at least another team, if not 2. This is such a highly populated area. I mean, given the fact of what you were just talking about, too. Definitely closer towards the center of the map. You definitely want to make sure that you can get some semblance of a loadout. And, well, speaking of all of that, we'll hop immediately on board here with 100K, trying to get himself some early kills. And, well, that'll actually be what they were able to find here for Tamu.
Yeah, looking really solid for it, actually. I mean, again, this is one of those things that's just like, early eliminations are great, but honestly, like, the Gulag system is very forgiving. It really, really is. Which is, you know, neither here nor there. It just kind of is one of those things. Like, so if you land, try to contest somebody, you drop, you don't really get the eliminations you're hoping for, that's so what? Got a Gulag trap. And that can actually turn into extra eliminations. But Texas Tech, largely not tested on these opening gunfights. Good clearance on the backside of fields for now. Looks like there's a couple of more pings, looking like they want to fight somebody else inside this building or nearby this building. And I think they're going to quickly realize that this building is theirs for the taking.
Behind you.
Oh, great comms coming through from teammates to immediately turn and burn, get some help there as well. That player was incredibly weak, and it seems landing in a more congested area here in fields, getting themselves some weapons to play with. It's working out in Texas Tech's favor. Again, riding off that high off of what Island was able to do in drop number 2. It feels like a while ago that we watched that 1v1v3, just playing the head glitch of the Rock, got the better of Longhorn Gaming coming out from the house. And again, for Texas Tech, who are resting up about 45 points, they could use a little bit of that consistency.
Yeah, sure could. And it's one of those things, like, who knows? Maybe their first drop just got unlucky. We don't know. It's a lot of teams' perspectives to try to watch. When we jump over towards Texas A&M International, they also find themselves within the top 10. A little bit of consistency being built from them. We saw a little bit of them last time through. A little bit more off of their opening drop. A couple of kills tallied. Nothing major yet, but they will eventually have to rotate here. First round going to come to the close in the next 50 seconds.
Love some good chuckles coming through here for our Texas A&M International. They do lose Hollow along the way, but again, just get that Gulag going. You have just another 1v1 to have for yourself. And, well, we swapped away from Texas Tech, and Locke ends up going down, has the Gulag in front of him, gets shout out from the door, and they will actually lose that to, Capo from the Fighting Illini.
It feels like the Illini are in opening Gulags very regularly so far. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if they're just trying to read players off of the plane and they're just trying to drop with them to guarantee the early kills, or this, I don't know, they're getting a little, I would say unlucky, but I think they've won just about every single Gulag we've watched from either their perspective or their victim's perspective. I don't know. There's a lot. It really is. Like, I'm sure at this point it sounds like we're just overhitting it. It's just artificially being said, but there's a lot to be learned about, like, what is this competitive scene going to look like, dude? Like, it's almost like we're watching Warzone for the first time all over again. It really is.
I mean, you know, for some of these players, again, it might be some of their first time playing this much Warzone, right? I mean, they've been through a plenty of different off seasons, but that conversation about off season, especially for players that spend a lot more time in 4v4 COD, spend it either doing 2v2 search and destroys, playing throwback tournaments. So it is quite interesting to be able to see all these players try to adapt to the Warzone meta here on Caldera. And here for Longhorn, currently your first place team after 2 different drops. Menace being able to find some shots in towards the side, uses the throwing knife, going to be able to get that free kill, at least the free final blow. Does have some arbor plates in their team's assistance to get back to full HP, as they still have a multitude of players up on the high ground shooting down at them.
Oh yeah, they're red level threat here under velocity, so you have to feel like you're going to be in here for a minute, seeing where exactly these players are and can we flush them out. For a second I thought I saw a player as well, but I think it was at the top of a palm tree. Saw Menace kind of second guess himself, look back up towards it, and this is why you don't go chasing out red level threats against the high ground. Menace in trouble. Velocity still the only healthy player left. It looks like Saucy's going to be left dead to rights here.
No, dude. Oh, I couldn't get away, man. Yeah.
Proper. Did we lose you? May have lost Proper here. All right. So with that, we'll just kind of dig through. UT currently all in the gulag after that last set of engagements. And no one to fight at the moment, interestingly enough. So we'll see what they do. Not sure what else I can say about this. Let's watch this guy run around the rafters. Saucy's in the gulag, so a little bit of information will be transmitted here by Menace.
He's on your right, holding the right lane.
Throw your rocks. Do it. Yeah, hit him right in the forehead.
Wait,
Do it.
Okay. He's on your left box.
Saucy's just kind of hanging. Let the overtime come into play here. Play for the flag. Don't often see this come out.
Nice.
Looks like Saucy's won his fight. And here we go. In towards some actual action. VCU currently kind of checking out the tunnels of the resort area. All three players alive.
A lot of money.
And Kirch and the rest of the FGCU guys who had a pretty bad start to map number 1. I don't think they got any points, actually, in the first drop. Made a dent in their second game. Trying to fight for some top positioning in the leaderboard. I like that overlay that he's got down there. I'll say that much. Oh, it's interactive? That's sick. Onto the flag. No. Kirk loses the gunfight. So that means that FGCU are once again in a pretty tricky spot. UT looks like they've all won their gulags. Yeah, sure have. They're going to be back with a couple of extra kills now to tote. Also, the Volkstrugevert will be carried by Menace after the gulag win. Not a bad weapon to have as far as trying to re-loot things up. Not the best, not the worst.
You're right. Not the far right.
E2N.
Red thing in the middle, behind the red thing in the middle.
Watching his teammate Cruelty here as all of a sudden Ottawa in a little bit of trouble. Lightning's also waiting for his gulag, and yeah, Ethan and Cruelty will have to hopefully cheer on their squad mate, otherwise Ottawa will be out early. Back over to Texas A&M International. Already a couple of great kills. Good high ground position here to kind of help them with this next gunfight. Yeah, I mean, Cetra's down low. He's trying to play to maybe enter. Everyone else is just providing some cover fire, and as Hollow secures the first down, that'll be the go call. 100K on the way. He's able to slide past, but doesn't actually get to a position to help out Cetra enough, and now it's just a guessing game of where is these components at, where are these opponents rather going to be kind of hiding. Same shot, flip the map, see if you can get around the back. Both players searching, centering up. Whoa, great shots. That's Kaiser from the Zips who drops, so that's Akron, I believe, completely. Yeah, it's a full team wipe for them, so if there's gulags, maybe they can still stay alive, but for the time being, all three are down, and big bonus here to Texas A&M International. Proper, you back? Hi. I actually did miss you. I had, yeah. Made your eyes somehow. Oh, well, I heard proper. You guys didn't.
Oh,
imagine
hey,
though
I'm back,
if you weren't here and I was just pretending like you were.
This entire time throughout the entire year, we've casted so many lands together.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just your imaginary friend.
Yeah. Well, no. Like, think about just like me, like having like normal handoffs and just like leaving it just dead air, and then be like, dude, that's such a great point. Like you're not there at all. Like.
That's what happens to Shift after we've casted the entire weekend. He's just gone senile that he thinks that I'm actually still there. Find yourself a friend like that, guys. What did I miss?
Not too much.
Okay.
Early days. Akron got wiped. UT fought back out of a full gulag. That's about the highlight so far. It's
Akron
Spark Ghost
got
Chapter
wiped?
1. Yeah, I don't know if they had gulags though, but they got team wiped by
okay.
Texas A&M International.
I'll say Logan's about to be in shambles.
I feel like Logan's always in shambles. Even if there's no reason to be in shambles, I feel like Logan's still just always in shambles. I feel like he's always stressing out.
I don't know why, but yeah, no, I agree.
You know what I mean?
He's a very intense individual. I love that guy.
That's true.
Poundy over here. Go for it, I guess. Just keep playing the edge, like 28. teams left still.
Well, VCU also, they were rotating around in the tunnels of Resort. Now they're up top.
This way.
That's
I
also
think I saw
something that
on the
happened.
defense.
Did you drop again? Oh my gosh, he dropped again. Is he back?
Yeah, I think so this time. I don't know, it's spotty, but we're
Is there
we're-
storms going on? What's going on in Charlotte right now that you've got
dude,
poopy
it is
internet?
70 degrees and clear.
Yeah, it's 68 degrees outside right now and clear. Love that.
Oh, it must be gorgeous up there in the mountains.
It's
You know, it really does say something when you're plugged into a mount and I'm plugged into an actual router and like I'm having more issues. But
Yeah.
seems that Texas Tech are having just as equally issues, not in the ISP department, but just in the staying alive department. Look at the armor plates. That's a lot of high ground to be looking at.
Pushing. He's running.
You got to fight up this though. I mean, the zone's gonna push you in. You have this, and if you get tags, you just have to go. I don't love the idea of rotating around this mountain. Oh, okay. The players. Oh, there's 3 different teams here. Okay, hold on a second. There's a team kind of bailing off the high ground. There's another team deeper. This is Colorado State, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's posted up in the window. Sniping away.
He's behind that rock. I'm gonna
Take a look at Northwood.
Dude,
What is that hat? I'm here
I don't
for
know.
it.
Where did it come from? Did he change his shirt too? I could have sworn he was
I
wearing a
think
plain
so.
white shirt earlier.
My man's literally was on Verdansk and dropped #1, came back on Caldera. He's in full vacation mode. Look at him.
Dude, this is Gilligan.
Alright, team wipe. They're out.
There's kids on the hill.
I would never be able to pull a bucket hat off like that. I'm not gonna lie, but I appreciate
All right,
it.
so now we have to know. So
You guys need ammo or anything?
Thugger's clearly playing the role of Gilligan.
We have enough for another UAV.
Who plays the skipper? And who plays the doctor out of Bink and
Give me
Infinite?
your money. I can buy another one.
We have 2.
I'd probably say Bink is for sure the doctor.
Well, I'm gonna get a UAV. I'm gonna get.
You think so?
I don't know. That's a tough one.
Or the professor? Sorry, not the doctor. I guess the doctor is Thurston. Thurston is technically, I think, a doctor. But I was thinking of the professor.
My Gilligan's Island lore is not
No?
snuffed up. No, I'm sorry. It's been a while.
It's sad, dude. Gilligan's Island's great. 3-hour
I'm-
tour.
I agree, but like, sorry that I'm not sitting here brushed up on a TV show that came out in like what, like the mid '60s.
I may have been earlier than that.
I'm pretty sure it came out in like '64 was like the first season.
Was it really?
Yeah, I don't know why I remember that, but I don't remember much more of the show.
If you don't remember the cast?
It did come out in 1964. I have issues.
Jeez. You know, the funny thing about Gilligan's Island, here's a little history for you. It's, like, you know how, like, Seinfeld is, like, one of the greatest TV shows ever, but they have, like, 1 million seasons, right?
Agreed.
Gilligan's Island was one of the, like, it didn't last very long. Like, it was not like, it didn't have a ton of seasons. But the show was widely enjoyed by everyone.
I'm going gas though.
Yeah, well, they only had 3 seasons.
You're on the Wikipedia, aren't you? You're looking it
I
up.
am, yeah, 3 great seasons.
Yeah, that one I knew offhand. Like, I knew that one I remember because my dad was a big Gilligan's Island fan. And he was like, yeah, it's funny because, like, you see repeats of Gilligan's Island all the time, but there was only 3 seasons of it. I didn't know at the time how many there were until you just said it, but he's like, there weren't a lot of seasons of it. Compared to, like, Seinfeld, which is on TV literally constantly, but there's, like, 16 seasons or whatever of it.
Yeah, kind of like SpongeBob. I agree.
Couldn't tell you.
VCU under a lot of pressure. By the way, Blue just narrowly got back into the zone, and, well, it seems like that they're going to be barely alive. There's their last armor plate out from the satchel. They already lost user along the way. Communication comes in, and, you know, Blue gets the crack onto the armor, is feeling the ante, wants to pressure them out. Some good shots at range. Going to be able to at least get the knock.
This is a nice little bounce back, honestly. I mean, Blue was literally at 1 HP at one point in time. Now all of a sudden he's got armor, he's got an angle, and he's got this team kind of pinned up against the zone. Yeah, there's somebody who just went streaking left to right. There's the other shots, landing, connecting.
Give us comms.
Not quite able to finish, but yeah, time to hit the green light. And here's where you see the difference between Blue and needed to teach his teammates. They are so far behind him right now.
Yeah, it's the pace difference, right, comparatively to someone that quite literally does this, again,
every day for a living.
Yeah, we're like 13 hours, maybe a day.
Wait for those.
A lot of Warzone. But yeah, I mean, Dragon was just nowhere to be found on that push, as you saw that user 3694788 comes back in from the Gulag just to be able to get some live pings up top, but tough scenes.
On board with Roosevelt University. Still just inside the top 10 at the moment. Looks like there's a couple of teams possibly fighting up here. Yikes was the one to take down Blue in the gulag from a previous drop. Shot the body, let everyone know that he's feeling good. And little shots like that, I can definitely see why. Peels someone off the top hedges, but Waffles down. Oh, not great news here. Yikes in a little bit of hurt. And this might be the end of him. Yeah, this is tough.
No self-revive. Waffle does get their self-revive off, though, so... Gonna be playing in a tight corner. Some help comes through. I mean, yeah, Yikes does go down, but has 2 armor plates and just trying to get back to the safety, some refuge. Can't get there in time, and even by the time that they were worried about the team shooting him in the rear end, you also see pings coming through across that mountainside. There's a third party arriving.
Yes, there is. 15 seconds to the third circle. We'll start to push everyone in away from this kind of Monument bus terminal area. Oh, boy. Not good news there. So we jump on over to West Virginia. I'm sure they're pumped about football season right around the corner. But for now, it's down to Ethan and Panic trying to work through the last 2. 20 total teams still remaining, so we're getting closer and closer to that coveted top 15. Good kills as well from Panic, honestly. 5 in a row, but, well, as Ethan drops, not really a lot of chance to help him, and he still has to rotate. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. So
Rotate
5
nice
kills only. Ooh, no one else had any kills besides Panic.
Rotate was a nice way of putting that. You had to literally find a sled and go mudsliding down that hill. Maybe he tried to find himself some refuge. I think that I still saw a gulag actually available for Ethan as well, so. Interesting scenes. That is very much so still an option if you could stay alive. Back on with Gilligan himself, Thugger.
Look around.
Legendary armors as well. That's things you absolutely love to see.
Good, I have
this team is vibing. Almost shades of what we saw from drop number 1 coming out from Northwood.
Okay.
Definitely well within fighting condition at the moment. Yeah, you're right. Ethan does have a gulag remaining. He's got Cal State on the other side. I believe that's Cal State. CSU. Yeah, Cal State San Bernardino. I don't think they had a CCL team last year. Cal State Long Beach did, but I don't think San Bernardino did.
I want to say that they did through the Vanguard season. I'm pretty sure. You and I didn't see a lot of them, no. Definitely always remember the Sharks at a Long Beach, though.
See any of them, Rick? No, I don't see anything.
Logo.
Illinois. Shufi in trouble. And is going to be left, well, with a really long flashback on his life. As he finally drops, Eggsy a little bit further ahead will be able to hopefully help Campo get into a good position. It looks like so far, yes. Not a lot of cash here, though. It's the problem. So even if you can find a buy station, not going to be able to do too much with it. And they need armor, and they need a teammate.
Which one would you favor, though? Like, if you do have the cash, like, you favor the teammate?
Always, always.
Actually, I have redeploy. I can buy back.
It's gonna be tough
It's just
here.
the numbers, right? Like,
yeah.
Even if you're not as survivable individually, you as a team is more survivable because you can watch a third angle.
I'd buy you back, for sure. If it was you, I'd buy you back for sure. If it was paint, I probably wouldn't.
How much ammo do you have? Like, can you drop me like a stack of ammo or no?
It's kind of rude.
He knows I love him.
They're even exchanging for ammunition right now. Goodness, this is a not good setup right now for Illinois. As we jump back over to LSU and the Tigers. Had to look at somebody over to their right. Buckus and Ronan are looking to possibly maybe convert onto that. I mean, depending on how they want to move around this kind of hilltop, yeah, I was about to say, like, this is the best position on the exterior of this upcoming circle. But yeah, I was going to say, you also have the ability of possibly playing off of that village over there a little bit further to the north. So if you can get up and hold this high ground, I don't know. I kind of, yeah, I like this play. No need to rotate in deep and try to fight that team up to your right. Just keep the high ground and look down upon this village. Yeah, I love this.
Yeah. I mean, there's always, some big testaments when it comes down to Battle Royale. 1, there's always a third party. 2, always make sure to try to maintain high ground. And always try to put yourself in a position to where you do have a safety net to your back. And being on the slower side of the zone at that here, Alan, with the gas to your back, that is one of those safety nets that we're talking about,
Oh,
especially
for sure.
LSU that are seemingly down one player. Still has a gulag, but inside of the window, there's one player that will spring out, running under pressure. Does have 2 armor plates.
Surely Ronan falls here. He's pinched up. Clean shots, though. Is able to confirm 1 down. I think that player is shooting at someone a little bit lower down the hillside. And yeah, that's what Ronan's looking for. He's able to help finish off an elimination. But this is a tricky position to try to work around. Looked like a couple other teams had the same idea that I was trying to, transmit here, is that, hey, get on top of this hill, look down on the players. But, okay, that'll work. That's a confirmed down. Well, being looked at from the right, though. Yeah, just pinched up. Too many players around. Top 15 will still allow them the extra little bonus when it comes to placement multiplier, but the kills didn't look all that bountiful, so.
No.
You know what they say.
What do they say?
1.75 times 0, still 0.
You know what? That's math. Honestly, like it legitimately is multiplication. Waffle inside the gulag, they will not be able to get that kill out at 18th. So back over to VCU, who were actually able to get Blue back up into the lobby. Still a lot more work to be done. Blue's currently resting at about 6 kills. And, again, continuously saying that there needs to be a little bit more communication. There needs to be a little bit more, I guess, discipline for Blue, for his teammates to be right there for the shots as well. Good team shots will end up getting at least 1 kill, but they do lose Dragon once again. Doesn't mean that Blue is not afraid to clean up these kills.
In the window.
Might be a 3rd team, though, in the picture. Yeah, it looks that way. Dragon falling, user dropping. And it's just Blue left. I know he wants to get his teammates up, but if he crosses to that street, he's done. He's just, even so, he's just fortunate to even have his setup in the first place to get to that loadout. Tries to get off into another elimination, but the stim doesn't come off. The plate's not able to be earned, and that's just the player lurking. Dude, it's a ratty player trying to survive for placement right there. Semtex is onto the... Oh, yeah, that'll work onto the Bertha. Disables. 1 down comes through. This is Illinois we're watching. Trying to fight back after all of the headaches that they've already found themselves in. The Capo has to bail away from the fight, jump into the gas. The gas mask will expire. He has to fight now not only against the zone, but against these 2 teams that are over to his left. This is going to be costly.
No stim shots for the speed boost either. Trying to get towards the loot. Will actually be able to pick up himself an armor satchel. That is massive, because now Capo can fully reset, work their way up to this hill, and it seems like the teams that were shooting at him previously have given up the angles. He's trying to make his way back up towards the hill towards his teammate of Vexy.
Wow.
They're like right on me, right?
This is a lifeline and a half right here, the fact that they got through all this. And there's still a chance to get extra kills.
Oh.
Downs 1. Sees the 2nd. Armor tag come off, but yeah, once again, you got to make sure there's no one over to your right, because there is not a lot of cover here for Capo to work with. That's more favorable. Or is it? Bounced off the angle, has to use the majority, and actually he's going to have to use all of this armor satchel that he was even blessed to find in the first place.
I was about to say, I mean, the turns were certainly tabling, but now Capo is quite literally stuck inside a house in between the pinch between what I assume to be 2 teams. We'll swap perspectives once again. The team that isn't exactly doing much better off, but you do have the high ground, needs to push forward this cleanup. Wait, this is Fisher being spectated. One of Schmal is trying to make a big impact at the end of this game.
He's finding some downs. This is actually working out all right. That's kill number 5. Into the top 10 we go, and now we start to look towards who can make it to the top 5, where the bonuses really start to accrue some score. And this, you talked about with those win conditions, those BR conditions. Keep yourself as safe as possible. He's got the zone to his back, full high ground control. No one can contest you from the right because of the ridge. He may have to be a little bit worried about what's to the left, but at the moment, it looks like he's fine.
I mean, are we going to have a little bit of a repeat of what we got from Island out of Texas Tech in drop number 2 here, Alan? It seems that Schmalz is in a great position to try to make this work. High ground included. He knows that there's a team inside this building. It's just about waiting for the isolated engagements and seeing if you can bait them out one by one, depending on how many are in here.
Zone is moving. 7 teams, 9 players, so everyone is essentially solos or duos. This might be the duo, actually. There's one more player on the interior. Oh, and he breaks an ankle! Full-on team wipe. What a play from Schmalz. Collects a ton of armor plates with that. And he's still got some space. He knows he's safe from his right. And at the moment, not being shot at from the left, he's probably good there, too. He could absolutely clutch this.
Oh, man. Gas mask as well. Deployable buy station. What's he going to do? He's buying back his teammates down. The numbers are coming back in. But the biggest issue with it all, are they going to try to drop inside the gas, get their loot, and get back to safety? There was a gas mask, 2 gas masks down over there. But even more so than that, you have 2 of your teammates flying high in the air.
Yep.
That is a player-based UAV if I've ever seen it.
Exactly that. They just have to sit here and give live pings. That's their entire job from here on out. Northwood's still alive. With a duo, mind you. But that's Schmalz up top. Getting shots on the Thugger. Zone is going to push towards him. Honestly, Schmalz is in the best position right now to win this game. Why would you jump off right there?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he gets the kill, but he's essentially by himself. Okay. This is a 1v1 technically. His teammate's still falling in, trying to get over to the new zone, and wait a second. Did his teammate pick up a weapon to get the kill? I think Cap Crew got the final kill.
Yeah, it looks that way.
What the?
Yeah, what?
Get a car and like
what just happened?
Drop off at different spots.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie. The moment that I just got that sound, I immediately looked over at my Discord thinking that my ISP had crashed once again, but okay.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. What a play. Initially, you think, why give up the high ground? But I guess if you have the information, we don't have a way to see everything and everybody. But if you know the last 2 players are stuck inside the gas and you've got a teammate who's in the new zone kind of playing clutch up positions, that's fine. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
The biggest execute of it all was Schmalz, again, from the high ground, baiting out the 1v2, winning said 1v2, picking up the deployable buy station, buying back their 2 teammates. I mean, you could not have asked for better execution. Again, the biggest question mark of it all is giving up your high ground, maybe a little bit over-ambitious for both of these 2 casters' own liking, but even more so than that, when you make it work like that with the communication, the live pings, and then also having the lifeline from your teammates from range, wonderfully executed there from Fisher. They needed a big game like that.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's going to put them in a really solid position when it comes to trying to get back up into the mix, because at the moment, they have had kind of 2 really bad games, 12.7 total score for them thus far. So that one's definitely going to help them get into the mix when it comes to the top 10. We'll head off over to a break. Hopefully, cross your fingers. We need your energy in chat right now. Hopefully, no problems getting into lobby number 4. And we can continue through as we will update the leaderboard while we're away. We'll be back in just a minute. Words. I don't even know what sentence I was trying to say. But we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. 3 lobbies down, 2 to go, and the leaderboard is starting to look a little bit different now all of a sudden, including University of Texas. Hey, they were up in first place. Things have changed dramatically for them after what was not really a great third lobby for them. They've fallen down to the 3rd place position while Colorado State and Northwood continue to be great. Jumping up and toward the top 5 are Illini Cod, and Texas A&M International put together a good last lobby to surpass Texas Tech and be our top 5 here proper.
Yeah, Texas Tech kind of bowing out, not exactly being able to make an argument for how clutch Island really was there in drop number 2, but still very much so in the running. Our winners from drop number 3 were, in fact, Fisher, which, yeah, I mean, Smalls went absolutely Goliath. It's going to propel them to be about 50 points or so, but remember, 3rd place is what you're mostly looking at, and they are very much so still behind. Still need about a good, consistent last 2 drops here. Take a look at how drop 4 will be unfolding. A lot more centralized zone location, I would say, this time around compared to the last few that we had.
Yep, definitely keeps the whole map open to anybody. Not that, like, I don't think anyone will look at an opening circle and be like, oh, we can't go to our normal drop zone, but it definitely changes your mentality of how long you can spend and what you need to be prioritizing as you make your first rotation. This one's going to be much more comfortable, I think, for just about everybody. I don't think you're going to have to make those stressful decisions. Just comes down to win your gunfights forehead, which is... I guess the premise of the entirety of this game, but
well done.
Thank you.
I mean, I had my forehead statement back in drop number 1. It took you a few drops, but we got there.
I didn't want to overwhelm the people with too many forehead comments. You know what I mean?
I mean, I did have some lost time in drop number 3. I don't know. There very much so could have been 1 or 2 there that I wouldn't know. I hope chat would keep you honest, but
they never would.
I guess like the immediate like adaptations that we need to see from a lot of these teams are those that keep on finding themselves in the gulag quite early, because it really does hinder
and
you.
Losing those gulags, right?
Yeah, well, also, yeah. I mean, when your gunfight's forehead, just to echo you, but like, it's one of those things that it really does slow up your early game, and it doesn't exactly set yourself up comfortably for that mid game.
No, it's really valid. I mean, there's always going to be a skill gap, no matter what title we're playing, what mode we're playing. There's always going to be a skill gap, but I think you're right. Give yourself the best chance at finding eliminations. As there's still, what, half of our playing pool is underneath 25 total points right now. So, yeah. I mean, there's stuff to be figured out for all those squads. Really, if you're outside of the top 5, there's stuff to be figured out here. Just largely off of the fact that there's a pretty big point difference between really the top 6 and everybody else. There's a 13-point gap between Texas Tech in 6th and Fisher, who just had a great game, now all of a sudden in 7th. So, I don't know. That's been my transition phrase lately. I don't know.
We'll
see. A lot of things. That's one of them.
Hey, it's our job as commentators to ask the questions, then we'll get our answers. Kirchi inside the gulag early. Oh, don't get turned on, Kirchi! No! Kirchi, no!
Clip it! Yeah, pull out your phone. Check to see if you're already been mentioned on Twitter. Dude!
Oh, Kirch.
That was like...
He got like the first 6 bullets.
Oh, God, dude. And he was literally had him in his sights his entire time. That was one of the most memeable turn-on moments we've seen in the history of College COD, and I'm so glad it happened to Courage.
Oh, come on. We love you, Courage. A lot of pressure here on Crazy. Oh, no, it was pre-aimed. It was pre-aimed. And now the last hope in drop number 4 for Florida Gulf Coast. It is Wheels going up against one player from Texas A&M International, and they won't be able to win it. Tough scenes in the ghoulie for FGCU here in drop number 4. You really do feel like that is probably one of the, if not the, final nail in the coffin for their qualifier.
They were on the way back, too. They're right up there in the top 10. We're up there in the top 10. Not going to be any more. Oh, no. Here's Illinois. Also in a little bit of trouble as they've already lost Shufi. Eggsy's still up and playing, but Capo's going to have to find a way to work through the gulag. He does at least get into position to get the regen off. I was like, he was in trouble for a moment there, but he gets the regen, resets the fight, wins it. And that was Concordia St. Paul that he was playing up against right there. So it's a gunfight that based on the standings you feel like you should win, and well, he does.
Double ego challenge just to reset the fight. Love to see it. Shufi's also going to get bought back.
Yeah.
We'll come back into the mix. Virginia Commonwealth. Continuous conversations about this team and, well, one of players of which got picked up for this college. A FaZe Blue, they're still resting very far outside of the bubble, so they need a Goliath of a game. And while Blue trying to push inside of the kitchen of a house just does not work out in their favor. There was a full team waiting for him. Well, actually, no, it was just one. Damage was decent enough, but not good enough for Blue to be able to get that down.
Well, it looks like the rest of his team may have cleaned things up, though. Again, everyone who knows me says I never watch Twitch chat when I cast, but I had to see what Kirchi was going to say. He said my gun got jammed. Oh, dude.
We love you, Kirch. Needs to be said.
That was so funny.
I'm going to need that clip because I already have at least 3 ideas of what to do with it.
You guys stay here. I'll go and grab it.
Banana
bad, man.
slipping sound from like Mario Kart would be one of them.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Pac-Man dying sound.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Something like that.
Something like that. Blue into the gulag, though. Finally gets a chance. He's playing up against Cal State San Bernardino. Oh, my God damn it.
Huh?
Let's get pre-fired here? Yeah, I think he just got pre-fired.
More than enough cash for VCU, though, to get Blue back in the after winning that gunfight, they were just resting over by the buy station. Good call. Blue already saying he's going to go get his stuff. He didn't say it specifically like that. You know he didn't. But even more so than that, this is going to be a big turning point for VCU to try to have a Goliath game. Lock, former Westcliff, by the way, inside the gulag. Team all dead around him. So I have one more gulag along with him.
This is Colorado
Tear
State
gas?
in the gulag with him. Wow.
Let him know, Lock.
Yeah, that was the Flying Squid, which we determined before broadcast would be the best obscure superhero name. And the thing is, he would have to have like like the Industrial Revolution era, like early 1900s, late 1800s, proper British gentleman as his like accent. The Flying Squid. Like,
I'm just impressed you know specifically what that era.
yeah, dude,
Sounds
right, it was
like,
right after
yeah.
the Civil War. You gotta remember I was a history major.
No, I know. Didn't know they had audiobooks when you're going through there from the 1900s, but hey.
Well, no, what it would sound like. I don't know. I just base it off of things like Bridgerton and stuff.
Big win from Staka.
The high society England, yeah.
But yes, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a flying squid.
It's the Flying Squid! Ah, crikey! Oh my God,
Wait,
Australian
wait,
again!
no,
we did
man.
this earlier! We just got oh, blimey! There it is. It's the Flying Squid!
I'm not pinging them anymore.
I'm telling you, you put together a super awesome like username, and you've automatically got a fan inside of proper or not.
Oh, absolutely. That's what we look at frame 1.
Meters this way.
Thugger gonna catch a player inside of the gulag, just try to go for the overtime flag, so Thugger will come back. I was inside Twitch chat in between drops there, Alan.
Right above us.
Thugger ended up saying that he switched because he was sweating so bad that he was getting slippery. Now, you take that for what it's worth, but any reason to put on a bucket hat is a good reason for me.
You know who else probably gets pretty slippery?
Pinging two people like this.
The Flying Squid.
The Flying Squid!
You can't catch him.
Actually, he probably dries out pretty quick if he's flying. You know what I mean? Like, it might. Think about the apparatus that would need to keep that squid alive because he's not in water.
I don't think that squids were meant to be out of water for that long, more or less at that velocity for that long. But imagine he's probably flying pretty quickly.
Actually, I want to say that squids are literally one of the fastest animals in the ocean.
Let's run across. Let's run. Come this way. Come this way.
Now I have to look this up.
Okay, I got you covered. Like that on the ground here, Northwood. A lot of pings coming through. I mean, Bink is in trouble. We'll go inside Roosevelt University, inside the gulag. It's Yikes. Very nice. If that gets a kill, I would have lost it. This isn't the last lifeline here for Roosevelt University, though, but Yikes will encroach forward. I'm going to try to find where this player is located at. The overtime flag has popped up. Surely they're over here. No, they're not. Where has this player gone to?
Oh, God.
Oh, no, it's Thugger from Northwood on the opposite side. This was back in time, it seems like. Okay, yeah, there it is from Thugger's perspective. We saw that actually from the screen.
Let's get out.
It's kind of
All
cool.
right, so update. Squid are not fast. 15 miles per hour as compared to some of the fastest sea animals. First of all, the fastest is the black marlin at 82 miles per hour. And it's not even close, dude.
82 miles per hour.
The next closest is a sailfish at 68 miles per hour.
82
So,
miles
like,
per hour?
That dude's almost 20 miles per hour faster.
Where the sea cops at? Well over the speed limit.
For real. Swordfish are up there, 60 miles per hour. But squid only swim 15 miles per hour. Do they even? Do you consider that to be swimming, or do they kind of? What would you call that motion?
Thrusting through the water.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
I don't know how serious of an answer I was going to be able to give you, but yeah, that's how I'd gauge it.
Number 7 is bonito fish, 40 miles per hour. You ever fish bonito fish?
I don't even know what that fish looks like.
You missed the reference, damn it. Are bonito fish big? They're what's called trophy fish, Dale, so yeah, they're kind of big.
What 1970s film was that from?
No, dude, it's from Step Brothers.
Oh. It's been a while since I've seen it, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, God.
Watching a lot of Spider-Man stuff lately, okay? Leave me alone.
That's fair. Oh, boy.
A lot of fucking noise we just made.
Well, the noise that me and Alan just made over here, too.
Me too, okay?
That was a little one of those, hold on to your britches, boys. More are coming.
Oh, man.
They're healthy, though. Not only are they healthy, they've got so many resources to play with, dude. Everyone's got self-revive. UAVs are already out. Thinking about a bounty, back to a buy station. Yeah, I like this. This is Blue in his element.
Nah, don't
Just got to keep the comms up. It's comes a certain point in time where it's almost could be exhausting because, I mean, it's not necessarily saying that Blue would be like the hard carry, but he's also like coaching while also having to pop off along the way. It's a lot to do.
It's definitely tiring, right? I mean, it's one of those situations where you're used to calming with your teammates, but you calm and you would just assume that your squad mates know what to do from there.
Yeah.
This is, you're transmitting information, and you have to set up what the play is going to be. You have to communicate that play, and then you have to calm again while you're making that play. Like, I hope this dude's got some water on him, because he's probably talking a lot more than he's used to, just generally speaking.
Unless it's a YouTube tutorial, but... Capo. Under pressure. Get in! Oh! I mean, if it wasn't going to be the gas, it was going to be the crossfire from the player, but that was still exciting.
It would have been hard-pressed to outrun that with going up hills and stuff like that, too.
Yeah.
Solid start, though, for VCU, considering what we saw in the early goings. 5 kills for Blue. I think his teammates actually have a handful more this time around. And they're about to get into another gunfight with high ground positioning. Nades over the top just to check. Is anyone able to get caught by this? Not so much, but yeah, isolate the player up top, then focus on the teammates down low.
He's dipping, he's jumping.
Where is this guy? Oh, he's running. Yeah, get out of here. Where do you think you're going?
Behind. We got this one. Focus right.
Cannonballed into the next building.
Yeah, or try his best attempt to do so at least. But
yeah,
Blue will make sure that he is a pure falling rocket. There's another one. Big kills, and there it is. The communication. Gotta watch that right side. Watch that flank because where's the third? He's coming up the hill. Some last few shots. There's the down. Potential for self-revive. Potential for more teams, honestly.
Down.
Run back.
I mean, your teammates have to pick this up, and this is one of those moments where, like, if you start to get frustrated if you're Blue, do you start to be like, just get out of there, get me up? Like, you know, is that the call?
I have to fight that. That's like a solo.
I thought he had that guy dead to rights.
I'm pretty sure that he did get it down, but again, hills have eyes. First cardinal rule of a battle royale: there's always a third party. You don't really know what's going to be happening in the previous engagement that you just third-partied, so for all intents and purposes, it seems that VCU might have been the fifth party. Blue recently calming to his teammates that they need to fight through this just to be able to progress through this zone, and they will be able to overwhelm that one isolated player. Now looking at the map, still some work to be done. Got to hoof across some of these POIs just to get close to a buy station, and again, the unknown is what they're trenching into.
The thing is, they don't even have enough cash to get Blue back right now, so...
Wait out the truck.
These are those situations where you're forced to take gunfights. Like, you have to get a kill. And, well, how about that one? That one just walked right to you.
Could go down there for the loot. Is there more, though, I think?
I hate to come across as patronizing. Like, we don't know how good these guys are. But It's obviously not the same level that Blue's used to playing with. That's. I think anyone
Yeah,
could
special
confidently
C,
say
go
that.
for it. Yeah.
I mean,
You can make it from gas.
user 36947888 at least has 4
You guys
kills,
just hit the
and
balloon, get
it's
out.
getting the confirmation that drop down for that loot.
Not a lot of cash.
Yeah, I mean, he got a whole $200, but
That truck might not.
now
need
the
it,
gas
but
is
just
closing
wait
in
out.
behind
I
your
think
back.
it's even glitched. I think
Got to
it's
try to
glitched.
at least get past this Big Bertha that we did see
Why would he just be
backing
sitting
up
there?
previously to them getting that kill.
Yeah, we're
There is a redeploy balloon over there as well. If they can get to it.
I'm looking for him, Doug.
Back on board with Northwood. They are sitting currently in first place.
Let's go at her.
And they are fully healthy, working their way
right here to my left.
around docks.
Still no matter. Oh, up top.
These are tough gunfights. This is very much so like a Verdansk style gunfight when you've got all these buildings, though it's multiple levels. Thugger just running circles around it. Resets. It looks like Northwood will back off for now as you jump on board with 100K from Texas A&M International. Last one up for his team. Not a lot of cash here. And he may just have to try to play for positioning or a third party because he doesn't even have his full loadout.
Yeah, and that would probably be the smarter idea, especially for Texas A&M International University. If you could even get there, 100K under pressure from the back, trying to get over towards some cover. Or at least what even look like cover, but won't be the case at all.
All right. Well, he'll be floating here for a while, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't know what's going on down there. You want to make sure that at least you drop on potential for these scavs, get some cash. Maybe you can get your teammates back. But, again, it's the unknown that you're kind of flying into. There very much so could be some teams just lurking on this side of the map.
You know what I'd love to see?
What's that? Tell me.
Him hop into this jet and just jet his way around.
Got the helicopter. to do it.
Helicopter's fine,
Yeah.
too.
Oh, and the trophy system? As a
Yeah, you
passenger?
picked that up off the ground. That was clutch.
Yeah, I love that. It's the best passenger you could ever ask for in a helicopter.
Come on, let's go. Over here.
God, the jets were so
I'll get
memey.
him, I'll get him. I'll get the finish.
Really hard to
Teammates over
control.
here, bro.
This is, again, coming from me as a mouse and keyboard player in Warzone.
He's getting shot at. No, he's getting shot at. He's getting shot at. He was getting shot at. Different team.
Oh,
Different
yeah,
team.
true.
Way over there, way over there. Tagging him, tagging him.
It's just, I could already hear you just like
That's how it was.
pick up. Yeah.
We were playing with J-Pros when Caldera first launched, and the amount of times that I flew the jet into the side of a mountain, it's definitely more than the ditches I have on two hands.
I'm gonna listen.
That's too funny.
You have a flash?
Long range gunfight here. Probably not going to amount to too much.
Pop that UAV, Schmalz.
A little bit of damage, chewing away at an armor. The thing about these gunfights, though, and this is another kind of skill gap thing when it comes to competitive Warzone for a lot of these players that maybe have never played a custom lobby before, is this is costing you a ton of ammunition to essentially not do much.
Yeah, he was the solo. It was the guy is the.
Well, at the very least, I mean, you're getting the resources out from the enemy, but you're also giving up resources in the way, so it's kind of like that give and take. Are you going to be able to find more than enough damage to then collapse on that team? Because you're still about, like, what does this look like? About, like, 150, 200 meters out?
And his teammates aren't even here. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna try to push up to you. We're just gonna try to get in zone.
Yeah,
oh, they're going to go for it, though.
There's gonna be people.
I mean, everyone should be armored
no,
back
they're-
up again.
yeah,
This is
yeah,
a
yeah, back them
dangerous route to be taken, but he gets right on top of the rooftop.
We gotta try to get Lodi if we can. Yeah, they're running away.
Some connections, but again, we went from like 50 and 150 damage, or pardon me, 50 on the clip and then 150 in the back to like 40-20. Like, he ran out of a ton of ammunition with that LMG. Yep, teammates.
Have some of that ammo for me, because you will probably see all of that ammo be run through again.
Dude, did you not grab the guns?
Talking about the rotation are Fisher. This is your drop-through winner, by the way. For this very guy on your screen, Schmalz went absolutely massive. Over to VCU,
Last chance
this
for VCU.
last lifeline.
Let's go.
Oh, clean.
Huge. Bro, you could float.
Little
float
3-tap
in the
right
middle.
there with the M19.
You have a minute. You might get top 10. So just try to stretch it like.
Watch out over here. Watch out.
Yeah, and you can hear Blue again just teaching once again.
If you get all
Could
the way,
possibly
like,
get top 10.
over
Top
that,
10's a
you might
nice
get
little
killed.
bonus for you. If you just sit here, stretch, maybe you grab scav when you're forced to come down. Maybe there's a
top 10
chance.
floating.
But yeah, this is the
If
right
you, like,
call.
look
Try to
down,
play for
too,
top 10.
You like.
That's the type of
float
content
all
I
the way
need.
down on your thumbstick.
Whether or not somebody from VCU is watching or Blue's going to come back and watch this VOD, I can't imagine why he would, because he has his own. But like,
There you go. This is the cheese.
I need Professor Blue. I need that YouTube
The
series.
placement cheese.
I need that content.
Would you actually watch that content?
Probably.
Would you actually?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you ever find yourself on like deep dives of like YouTube like you just like find yourself like just like watching content that you just never really would find yourself doing? I find myself watching the most random Warzone content ever. I'd be here for it.
All right. I wouldn't watch that content. Just.
Oh, okay. Honesty is key.
Yeah. What's that?
Alright, let's see where the circle goes, then we'll move after that.
Yeah, this is a tricky zone. I mean, everyone's gonna have to sit here and try to figure out what they want to do, because it's literally the heart of this zone is on the switchbacks, which means high ground is supreme. But if you don't have the high ground,
Over here to the left.
you're kind of screwed. Like you kind of have to just hope and pray that the zone re-pulls back down to you. So the early rotation is the right call for Northwood. Go the long route. Make sure you're not coming into contact with anybody immediately. And if you do, there's still an exit in front of you. And then try to fight from the north side of the top side of this circle back in. You have to clear this kind of negative space between the current circle and where the next one's going to be first. Good call.
We're about to be behind him. Stay alive.
Just trying to find where that teammate or those enemies went to. Excuse me. You know them even saying when they're for sure behind them. Back on board here with LSU, who are desperately looking for back-to-back outlier games. I mean, they're resting at about, what, 41 points? Top 10 situation, sure, but, again, the biggest concern is getting yourself closer to the 70-point margin, and there's still no telling where Longhorn is at. They might still be alive in this game, Alan.
Do it. Do it. NT. I haven't seen too many sniper perspectives from our side of things. It's always been the victims that have been hit. Oh, okay. You know, we were talking the other day about like the most painful things that can happen in Call of Duty. Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
That is the exact reaction I was hoping for. I was gonna say the most painful things in Call of Duty are like sniper hit markers, headshot hit markers, and then I would say probably up there is like sniper hit markers in Warzone that only get white. Like you don't break armor off of a sniper hit marker. That's gotta feel terrible.
Just missing the headshot barely as well. Definitely stings. Where you know that you can get the full knock. And then you're just like too busy trying to trail, and it also gives up your position. You die because of it. I think that's probably some of the most frustrating moments I've ever had in Warzone in my life.
Dude, so many times where I've seen people just like center mass, big chunky sniper rifle, and it's just like white. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like when you remember when like Warzone first came out, it was like the HDR versus the AX50, and it was just like you would assume that the HDR would do it better.
Or do you want the AX50 extra caliber?
550 and 120.
You'd have to go with the AX50 if you wanted to get those knocks reliably. That thermal scope was OP.
That was so, dude. That was so dumb.
I'm good. You guys can revive.
First one, that was stupid. Northwood in trouble. Again, they're starting to hit that same rotation. You can see how dangerous this is, trying to get up to that top level of these switchbacks.
You guys can revive me if you want.
It's not easy by any means. Airstrike's on the way through. Infinite is down. Big trying to help him. And Thugger's in a good spot here, honestly. He could, he's got an angle.
Killing.
That's going to be some significant damage. I would love to see him kind of stick and move here, but instead they're going to try to push forward from inside of these rocks, then make their push. And you've got a good idea. With the circle coming to a close, okay, now you know no one else is over to the left. You can just head on over towards the top left side and hopefully just kind of re-hit these guys, especially now that you've got one down.
Oh, got to be careful, though. The extension, Infinite and Bink have a combined 10 HP. And they get away with not only the knocks, the kills. They're going to be able to fully reset this fight as well from the third party that's going to be looking at them. This squad is still full. The other two squads, very much so still full. Top 3 situation, all full teams.
Oh, right here.
Oh, now it's top 2, just 3v1.
Well,
It's just
it
him,
was.
right?
Yeah, I think the other 2 players that were downed just had one teammate up and they finished him pretty quickly.
Yep.
Cluster strike comes out.
I'm with you.
Northwood's about to absolutely blow the roof off this leaderboard with this dub. And there it is.
Nice.
Wow. 30
30?
kills. An extra 60 points
I
for
think
these
that's for sure.
dudes.
That's GG. I would've
Oh
died
my
over the
gosh. Maybe we shouldn't be hating on the Gilligan cosplay.
Hey, don't rope me into that. I was never. You know, I love me a good bucket hat out, and I've been on this giant kick as of late. Started over on the CCL land where I picked up my very first, and now I'm just a collector of bucket hats. I'm here for the Gilligan Island cosplay.
Wow.
It's working.
That's beefy. That is a beefy game right there. I mean, and the thing is, again, we're still trying to figure out, like, what exactly the, like, impressiveness threshold's going to look like. Like, after Colorado State came out with 29 kills, we're like, okay, what is that going to actually be? Like, in the scheme of things, is that going to be normal? Is that going to be insane? And it turns out that that was actually really, really good. And the fact that Northwood just pulled a 30-kill dub is going to put them way, 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 way ahead. They're looking solid to win this qualifier, no question. Of course, that also means really good stuff for their overall leaderboard standings as they look closer and closer to playoffs over the course of the next 2 months. Which, by the way, all of this brought to you by America's Navy. Big shout outs to Navy for helping us get this all together alongside fandom. If you're looking for more information on what you can maybe do, both educationally, maybe even also professionally with America's Navy, make sure you check them out at Navy.com. We got one more drop, though, so don't go too far. We'll give an update to what the leaderboard will look like, plus start to frame up maybe what we should look forward to for week number 2 in the second qualifier. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. One more drop here for qualifier numero uno, and Northwood is all over the leaderboard at the moment with the 60-point game they just pulled. Hold on to your horses. They have 169 points.
Nice.
That's in the face of Colorado State, Illini Cod, and the Longhorns out of UT. Looking pretty solid throughout the entirety of the day, but the consistency between the number of kills, the top placements, and the number of wins they've been able to hit here, 2 out of 4 lobbies so far have been won by Northwood. That's putting them in an unachievable spot for everybody else, largely in the lobby, unless they fall out first and somebody else has a massive game. But even with that, it would take 80 points. So I just don't think they're going to get caught today. And I think the interesting thing is just how tight it is below them. I mean, really, now all of a sudden from 3rd down to 8th, 9th, it's, I mean, really anyone's game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. Like, albeit, yes, Colorado State University is resting at 88 points. You might think that they're in a more comfortable spot. They still have to somehow muster, like, a top 3, top 5 performance at the bare minimum with a decent amount of kills, because any one of these teams, as we were saying, all the way down to about, like, 8th or 9th, we've already seen what Fisher have been able to pull out of their hat. It's just any one of these teams could absolutely come to life. How about VCU also being able to come back from the depths as well? They're now a top 8 team, sitting at 61 points. They could still back in to make their way inside a top 3 situation, which is currently being held by Illini.
Yeah. Good Overwatch here from Texas A&M International. Down towards the main buildings and terminal. Damage is found, but not the greatest weapons to follow up off of. The Car 98 could possibly sing a different song, though. Maybe have missed their chance. And we'll get our first real testy look as far as what these early gunfights are looking like between possibly one of our top teams here. Smooth landing for 100K. Loses a teammate, though. Did he just fall to his death? Oh, there it is. It's Richie from, I don't know. It's always impossible to see. We get like we're casting like 4 ADP. It's always impossible to see the names.
Richie's from Western University.
Okay.
With other wheels, I should say.
Other wheels.
Yeah. But still losing a teammate in the early game, again, it's more of a nuisance than it is anything.
Yeah.
But it just means that, now for Texas A&M, you just have to completely give up that space. You can't continue to try to fight. Want to make sure that at least you can get yourself some loot and get yourself in a position to potentially have to buy back your teammate, which it seems like they're going to have to do.
That much is a guarantee. Over to LSU and Ronan. He's actually got snapping on the other side from Fisher. Key gunfight between 2 teams that happen to be in the top 10. Nade cooked up. I'm not going to lie, this gulag is tricky.
Just
everything
so many
is
fixtures,
so tight.
the side hallways, the mount up, the pre-shots.
That was intentional.
Yeah, I mean, it might not have been, but it kind of worked out. It kind of gave him a little bit of extra movement.
I bet. He's somewhere we get money. There's recon over there.
What do you think about
All right,
here?
where do you go back? With your teammates gone.
No way, right? Is a buy there? I'm gonna land here and hit
Talk about going to the buy station area, but the thing is, there's not a lot of buildings around the area to actually guarantee yourself much loot. Like, are you going to have enough? Especially now you get to buy back not 1 but 2 teammates.
Yeah, well, you're almost
Don't love
like
the idea.
hoping to find like about $10,000, like in just one building. Okay, well, there's at least a few hundred steps in the right direction, but even more so than that, it's just going to be the immediate conversation of just putting yourself constantly out in the open to have to rotate not only to the buy station but all these different buildings as well.
Yeah, that's going to be LSU pretty much out of the picture for the next 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Or just out of the picture completely, depending on what happens in that rotation. But it's going to be a minute before all 3 of them get back, and all 3 of them are in fighting condition. So maybe we'll see them at the end of the late game. Over to Fisher, though. Another teammate inside the gulag. Shots connecting. No problems there. And so they've worked through early game issues without too much concern. Just need to get snapping back after he lost his previous gulag that we witnessed versus Ronan. Scav is right below him. I think that's probably going to have to be the call.
Yeah. Right here.
Just the decisiveness of Cap Crew right there.
He's to the play, get that scav going, and then you'll probably end up having Smalls go to the immediate first chest. Here is your #1 team undisputed on the day of Northwood. dropping a bombshell of a performance with 30 kills to their name. And honestly, look, I'm just going to go ahead and call it. It's absolutely the Bucket Hat. I think the Bucket Hat has given Thugger just superpowers beyond belief.
Dude, I didn't realize that was a Northwood shirt.
I'm gonna position
Is that a Northwood shirt? I can't really tell because I can't really read it. But
Yeah,
it looks
I
like it's a
can't
Northwood shirt. That's a dope shirt.
I'm pushing right with you.
If that's a Northwood esports shirt, I want one.
Their jerseys were also
Two in the bottom. Broken up.
some of the sweatshirts.
Weren't they wearing like baseball jerseys?
Yeah. Well, no. That was Westcliff. Westcliff had the baseball jerseys.
Westcliff had baseball
Yeah,
jerseys.
which were also equally dope.
Yeah,
Were they?
Good baseball jersey. Esports jerseys are sick. Oh, how much information did he just get right there? Goodness, UT still in a little bit of trouble, though, as they're trying to hunt down Toxic. Monarch able to, or pardon me, Menace able to reset, get the plates back in. Velocity and Saucy still kind of engaged in this fight. As we jump back over to Thugger, he's got one of two wheels in front of him.
They're on both roofs. They're on both roofs.
It's just, you don't often see two players with the same name
in the same tournament. Like, sometimes across multiple regions you will, but like...
How have they even managed that?
Nice.
It's just two wheels, man. Oh, man, there's a joke in there. There's a cartoon-esque joke in there somewhere. Back over to Longhorn Gaming, who are in a pickle, to say the least, especially as Saucy goes down, does have the self-revive, but
Stay up.
has to channel it fully because Menace isn't going to be able to get that tap, not unless Saucy drops down, but has to maintain high ground control. Menace actually gets up this ladder for free, and I'm pretty sure that that enemy that was up here previously either, went back inside across this catwalk or has just completely left this area.
This is tough to see from up here. Oh, there he is. No worries.
Found him.
Dude, where the fuck?
I'm gonna go buy Marco.
That's more than enough cash to get Velocity back in case he loses his
I think
gulag.
this guy just hit me with a throwing knife and I didn't die immediately.
Which he wins. Just kidding. I was gonna say his health pool just went away for a second there. I thought he died, but not the case. He's just on his respawn. So chill stuff here for the side of UT. Thing about it is they did a W, man. I mean, they've been so close. And you go back to that 3v1v1.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I mean, not that it would have made much of a difference because there's still, I mean, like, Northwood's going to win this qualifier, but it definitely would have given you a real good shot at second. Not that they're out of the running, but...
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to say, too, is, like, they're still resting technically outside the bubble just by a whole 3 points. It just really comes down to them having a better performance than the Fighting Illini. And you could also probably say the same thing that you're hoping for Colorado State University. The Rams do not have equally as a good game for maybe the Fighting Illini or Longhorn to move their way into the top 3 situations fully.
Yeah. Alrighty, tidy. Uh-oh. 100K, lucky to be alive, goodness. First 4 to 5 shots connected, he looked like he was about to fall. Hollow drops, while Cetra gets some work done on the other side. Tough entry, honestly, into Terminal here. But they do get at least some clearance. Hollows looks to be safe, should be good for a res as soon as they feel comfortable to play forward a little further. Uh-oh, maybe not. Now all of a sudden it's 100K versus question marks worth of players. I mean, how many are here?
Just feels like the world right now for 100K.
Yeah.
I'm going to bait out a little bit of area.
only one.
Yeah, and it was the one. The 1v1 will be won and then gets the Hollow quite literally in the nick of time. So not only that, but I mean, Texas A&M are able to get fully back up. They have an abundance of loot to pick and choose from. Wonderful stuff.
Wow, that is clutch, to say the least.
Well, for
I think
sure.
you could say.
You played that so well, too. I mean,
you really did.
Just didn't see anybody over by the main door leading towards the tarmac, and then immediately just gets himself inside a position to bait out the positional error trying to chase for the final blows.
Big loot here for Blue and the VCU boys. These shots should connect. I don't think he hit a single one.
Not every day that you see Blue miss shots like that.
Not often. Ooh, they're going to try to go heli to heli here. I like the idea of it. Uh-oh, is that there's a team up here. Mostly they're going to call the bail, especially with the helicopter being literally 10 HP, so. No need to risk it, but now you find yourself kind of caught out here topside of Summit. And yeah, I don't think you really want to try to stick around for too long. So you make a play down, see if you can shoot at those guys that you were shooting at on the way up. On to the next.
Definitely would have been a nice call to get a fully health helicopter, potentially. Definitely need to put together a very strong game here at VCU, who, again, are sitting outside the bubble. 61 total points. Again, the cutoff point right now is to beat the third place. And, well, the moment that they try to get those shots on the team that's down low will actually be the benefactors. And that's Fisher down there. Schmalls.
Wow, dude.
Burn them alive.
Those are tough gunfights.
Yeah.
From the low ground, honestly. The fact that they get 2 is unreal.
Oh,
especially considering that Blue had the first handful of shots in. Nice little stim play from Blue. Shoofy, no chance.
And that's a big blunder for Illini again, for Shoofy to go down in such a manner. Now, obviously, we're just barely scratching at mid-game, but that puts a lot of pressure onto the rest of Illini, whether or not they're still alive or not. And Blue's just going to come right back in, drop right on an opponent's head. It's going to be able to get that kill from the Gulag weapon that they come back into. Nice shots! Won't be able to get the kill, though. My word. That's a heat check.
Yeah, sure is. Dragon's right here. I mean, gosh. This is where I think there's going to be that internal system of, like, dude, just follow up with me, please. Like, that's just something that you just assume that the normal guys you play with are just going to be able to, okay, you got shots in, you got them broken, I'm already there. I'm already down. I have to say this Gulag has probably seen the most overtime flag plays out of any Gulag that I've seen in Warzone.
Certainly has been a while. It's just, again, the timings from all the different fixtures and hallways that you have on the sides, just, it always keeps you in considerable doubt where the enemy might be located at, even if you get early information. On board here now with Locke. Looking to have a repeat performance for Texas Tech. Got another team just sitting outside the bubble. Fire sale has become active, and well, Locke would be the benefactor of that. Has $4,200, but got to get to a buy station first.
We're going to put a trophy
and everyone's going to be able to get themselves into great condition. This is the first fire sale we've seen actually in all 5 lobbies, mind you.
Look at, shoot that guy, shoot that guy, shoot that guy.
I can't see him.
So another different kind of element being thrown to our players that,
he pushed back
again,
down,
I would have to wager the majority of have never played a full competitive custom lobby before. Maybe kill races, wagers, stuff like that, but a full competitive custom lobby, 5 games in a row, I have to imagine the majority of players have never seen that before.
Definitely a change of tempo. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still COD, it's still Warzone, but you're not just shooting Timmy No Thumbs down the street. You are going up against some of the best collegiate athletes that we have here in COD.
They're fighting, so it's 2 different teams.
Timmy No Thumbs, oh gosh.
I found myself kind of hesitant on saying that because when I think about Timmy and I think about COD and I'm thinking about Phantoms.
I know there was a team to.
Oh yeah, he does.
You might have 3.
All right.
I don't know what you do with 3rd, but.
Yeah, on the right side, right window. Shot on him, he's like 12.
I don't either. Like, wait.
Uh-oh, Shoofy down again. Just up the capo. Who's done well, honestly. He's been one of the heavy slayers, I would say, for this Illini squad. But this is a different situation. A couple of extra tags coming through. Now in the interior of the barracks. Tough.
How was another guy
break an ankle, finish a kill, step aside if he pulls that off.
He's back again, too. Oh, my God.
That'd have been nuts.
Just would not have had enough HP to be able to take that fight, especially from the low ground versus what I believe was a fully armored up adversary. And even if not,
you get the other guy weak?
Had about a whole sneeze and a half of HP. I don't even know how you gauge a sneeze in the first place, but had that plus a half.
So it's funny that you bring that up because I've used that term probably for the last 3 years.
Just sneeze on him.
And the thing about it is, like, whenever someone's like, you can sneeze and you die, I always think of, like, the most aggressive sneeze you've ever had in your life. That's the sneeze that I'm picturing. Like, one really aggressive sneeze and, like, you just keel over and die. Whether you do it yourself or someone does that at you. It doesn't matter. Either or.
I just never wanted to be sneezed on in the first place.
That's true.
This is bad manners.
I'm playing over here.
Yeah, but one of those you can get sneezed on and died. I always think that that's the level of sneeze. It's never just like a casual like, achoo. It's always like those
full-blown head rock sneeze.
Yeah.
Full
Sounds
out-of-body
like you just,
experience.
Like, yeah, your sinus cavity turned into a trombone for a hot second. Like one of those.
Not good to land on you.
One of those sneezes.
That's a powerful sneeze. Honestly, if you sneeze like that, sounds like you really needed to get it out.
True. Do you ever? Here's the thing that I had ever understood, like the science behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever go outside when it's like no clouds in the sky? It's like a full sun, and like you sneeze because it's sunny outside. You ever had that happen to you?
I sneeze because it's sunny outside.
You never sneeze because like you've looked at the sun and like all of a sudden like you feel like you have to sneeze?
No, I can't say I have because
you've never.
I don't. Also, it should be noted, I also just don't walk outside and be like, oh, I'm gonna stare into the sun.
Well, I mean, like you don't obviously you don't intentionally stare into the sun, but like you've never had a sun sneeze?
No, can't say that I have.
Surely I'm not the only person to ever.
I mean, like
this. You have to be the minority.
Maybe I have, but I don't think I've ever actually just marked it down. Like I didn't pull out like my handy dandy notebook and was just like, oh, today I sneezed because I looked up at the sun. Like I don't think that was like noteworthy, but it's possible.
What the fuck are he's laying in there?
How many?
I see one.
Man, if I'm in the minority when it comes to sun sneezes, I'm gonna feel real crazy.
Yeah, I think he's one.
It's just such a specific circumstance for a sneeze. Like,
well, just like you ever like
sneeze because it's
here's
dusty.
Here's the prime example. So like, I've been outside. It's complete cloud coverage.
Yeah.
And then like the clouds will completely break, and it'll just be fully sunny, and then all of a sudden I'm sneezing.
Oh shit!
It's like you look up and there's the sun, and it just makes you want to sneeze. And like it's not like you get two sneezes, like you sneeze like routinely over and over again.
Did he get out?
Yeah.
What a play! That's got to be someone good, right?
God, I'm gonna feel crazy if I'm only
He's on top of the roof. Where is he?
Oh, Nate,
On top.
gotta get out of there. Teammates gotta help.
Bro, I have yet to like realize.
Combat and Crooker at least able there to overwatch his play, but I mean, you could just hear the stress in Nate's voice. He is just hightailing away because the gas is collapsing behind him.
Oh yeah, they're behind me, Lucas, like right here.
Hey, they're gonna be forced to take this fight. You have to have it.
I got a mark.
Yeah, I see him.
This is a tough gunfight. Oh, maybe not.
Gets
Only one
better.
player needed. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. The only real benefit off of this position is that you got towards the next circle first. So even though there's high ground to fight up against, that player's fine.
He could have died to the front because he was weak.
I think he can really tip it to Crook there as well. That was able to get his way up towards that peak.
Drop your money, drop your money, drop your
Was
money.
just overwatching his two teammates combat and Fiasco down low. But I'm not gonna lie, man. You make me super aware that the next time I go play golf and you know I'm watching my ball just like fly in the air and like if I sneeze, I'm gonna be thinking about this cast. Like, you got me hooked on this.
I said we get up there. I said we get up there.
I've done it in the car before, and I thought I was gonna like die, like because it's gonna, like I'm uncontrollably sneezing. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna run into somebody.
Why are you looking at the sun while you're driving, bro?
I mean, like, sometimes you can't handle it, right? You can't help it, like if the sun's like setting or rising. Mostly setting because I don't get up early enough. But
not just casually. I mean, if there was like an 8 a.m. tea time, you'd be there.
That's true, actually. This should be a kill. Yep.
Okay, I was about to say, I mean, I was almost home. He had teammates near him, too. That guy was slip sliding his way towards that tent. Here for CSU, they are still fragging out, man. And this is really good scenes if you're a fan of the Rams out of Colorado State University, given the simple fact that they are not exactly in the most comfortable position.
How do you pronounce that name?
Jen. Jean.
Jen? You wouldn't go like Gexen?
Dude, I don't know. We've had this conversation. Why do COD players overuse X's in their names in places of vowels or potentially the actual consonant? Maybe it's an actual X. I don't know. Either way, he wins the gulag. It's weird.
Good look for Queen's University. They had a CCL team this last year up in the Canadian region. Giving it a go here at the old Warzone. And we're getting closer to top 10. Final circle. There's a lot of terrain to still work with in this fourth round, especially considering that it's mostly off of this ridge. I mean, look at that. Look over to the left. Look how much space is over by dig site that could still be possessed by other teams.
Yeah. A lot of open land, though, is the biggest issue. And you would truly feel like that when you are trying to traverse, like, say, from, like, storage into dig site, that There's got to be somebody that is watching that angle. There has to be a team. I mean, we're still up to 13 squads for crying out loud.
Yeah. This is one of those that you find your piece of high ground, you hold that. And it looks like they want to use this one right up in front. Hollow's able to at least knock off one. Geysers are popping. Casual. No problem there for the break. This should be an easy follow-up. Yeah, stim, get up there. Don't allow them to get the plates off. Double stim. Okay. Around the corner. Another break. Another down. Finish it off. On to the next.
Where are these players gone? Oh, he's behind.
Oh, there he is.
How's Harry Houdini done that? But team wipe nonetheless there. And again, this is very, very big for 100K and the boys. You have to look at, again, for Texas A&M International University, much like how I was talking about there for Colorado State University, that if they continue to pop off the way that they are, you would assume that they're probably going to be a second-place team. Texas A&M International definitely hoping for a very strong performance here in the final game of qualifier number 1 to maybe sneak their way into that 3rd position.
Good look for blue. Yep, that'll work. Again, look how much there's so much space there still is to rotate through. And this is a crazy zone. What? In the parachute? How did he do that?
It must have been an updraft down there.
He just went back up the mountain with his feet on the ground.
It's that low front coming into Caldera.
Last time I felt the wind change like that.
I was parachuting up the hill.
It was silly. Top 10 though, 20 players left in the final 9 teams. And there's still a couple of trios left. We got VCU, CSU. Haven't seen much from Northwood. They must be out. Haven't heard much from Texas in the last while either, so I imagine they're out as well.
I don't think it really matters for Northwood. They're still going to be the #1 team, but being told from our producer of Sport that there's one player from Northwood still kicking out there somewhere in the wilderness. One out of the 9 squads.
He's probably playing hide and go seek right now.
The dangerous game in Warzone.
There's actually no seek portion of it. It's just hide.
Yeah.
There you go. Down to the top 7 teams.
And it was Thugger.
It was Thugger. That got top 10. Can't be mad about it. And yeah, that was absolutely a game of hide and go seek. The problem was he had to seek out the new zone. That's what ends up causing his demise. Feels bad.
Must have looked up at the sun and sneezed because, I mean...
I cannot believe you've never experienced that before.
I don't know, but I'm going to be thinking about it a lot.
I'll have to hit up the old Twitter polls after this.
Full turn.
Make sure I'm not crazy.
To get a trade. 100K. He's going to get pinched, though. Not the biggest question. Who the heck was Cetra during all that?
Yeah.
Teammates go down inside the warehouse, at least find one, but... CSU very much is still kicking.
You can see what Colorado State's thinking about here. They pinged over towards the redeploy balloon saying, I don't really want to go up those switchbacks, even though they're not super severe. But, I mean, there's still a lot of high ground behind mines, and they're thinking, let's hit the redeploy and go over the top. It's bold because you've got teams like VCU that are in a good position to shoot players from their parachutes, pending, of course, they don't get gunned down by this team in front of them, which currently seems to be a problem. Oh, this is tough, man.
No stim shot, no speed boost. Oh, dead slides. Gotta put on your best King Cobra impression to just snake your way across these mines. Loses his teammate along the way, so... all the pressure in the world here for VCU to be able to qualify here in our first qualifiers for College Warzone. Falls on the back end of the new guy, FaZe Blue.
Whoa.
Barely stays alive.
I don't even know if that was shots going to him or the team in front of them that were trying to shoot the guy parachuting in. He just happened to be collided through that. It was weird because they looked like they were in the same line there for a moment, and now Blue... yeah, there's just nowhere to go. That's just one of those things when you go from round 5 to round 6, and then even more so from 6 to 7 here, but initially 5 to 6, so much of mines was in play, then all of a sudden none of it was. It's like if you're on the wrong side of that wagon, you're done.
think, right? I don't remember which guy got that one.
Top 4. And it's a 3v2v1. Right? Math? 3v1v1v1.
I don't do that on
One
stream.
trio, 3 solos. That's 6.
Was there
Quick
anybody up
maps.
here?
Colorado State's game to lose.
Anybody on green?
I mean, but even more so than that, you would even feel like that if they secure top 5 with the kills that they've been able to accrue, unless like if there's a zany game happening from UTA or Texas Tech, that they should be able to make it all the way through. But they want this dub, man. Some shots already coming through. Staka trying to find where this player's located at. Does have the high ground. Got to be careful.
Yeah, it'd be fine.
All right.
3v1. I'm surprised they're actually sticking for the res here. Especially considering the background watching. Oh my gosh, this decision may have just costed them.
Still got flames.
Last player is... Oh, it's Menace from Texas! Wait! Oh! That feels bad. GG.
And you heard them even talking about it too. That Menace was really trying to get that last kill. That honestly could be the difference maker, whether or not Longhorn actually qualify in qualifiers number 1, because they were still technically outside the bubble. You knew that CSU, the Rams from Colorado State, were definitely in a more comfortable position. They'll probably end up securing it. I think the immediate conversation has to come through. And again, the admins are more than tasked to do it more than me. They're punching in all the numbers right now. How did Virginia Commonwealth get on, as well as the Fighting Illini, to be able to get that top 3rd spot?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Again, that top 3 means that you automatically get a spot in playoffs, but we need to really make sure we mention this because we kind of neglected it at the top. You still want to play in these qualifiers to accumulate as many points as humanly possible for seed benefits that come by the way of bonus points when we eventually get to playoffs. So expect to see all these teams continuing to play, but if you do finish in the top 3, at least you've been able to kind of get the chip off your back saying, all right, we're for sure going to be at playoffs, even if we, for some reason, have 6 bad weeks in a row coming up. So with that in mind, we'll step away here in just a moment. We'll get the final leaderboard when we come back, and then, of course, make sure we give all the information to you guys about registration for qualifier number 2 next Monday. Don't go far. Get the final leaderboard right after this. Welcome back, everybody. The end of our first qualifier is upon us. All 5 lobbies have happened. All 5 lobbies have had some interesting things also occur. And I think at the end of the day, we've all learned a lot about what we may be able to expect. But we can reveal the leaderboard and who the top 3 will have auto bids in towards playoffs. Northwood, of course, you already expect to be up there, and they will. 189.9 points. Good golly, Miss Molly. 122, though, for Colorado State. Texas A&M International will finish off the top 3 at 104. And then just below that, tight gap between 4th, 5th, and 6th. 95.5 for Longhorn Gaming out of UT. VCU and the Rams out of Virginia Commonwealth. 85 for 5th. Nice recovery there from Blue in the gang. And then you got Illinois, Texas Tech, Fisher, Florida Gulf Coast, and Louisiana State all rounding out 6th through 10th. Proper thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, my immediate thought is that Northwood got the triple digits before it was cool. I think that it's just one of those things, again, that Northwood definitely showcased their grit and ability to be able to traverse the entirety of the map. Their teamwork is obviously at an all-time high. Commiserations out to Longhorn, of course, with the consistent performance, being able to find top 3 situations. I want to really say about like 3 out of the 5 games. It just came down to the overall eliminations that they were and unable to find. You really do feel like that if Menace clutched up that last 1v3, if not found at least 2 of those kills, that could have been the difference maker, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely could have been. And, I mean, hey, that's what's going to be kind of the things you have to talk about as you go through these qualifiers getting ready for playoffs is when we're in these numerical advantages and we have a lobby that looks winnable at the end of a final circle, you have to be able to get it over the edge. That just has to be the case.
Yeah.
So some things to consider, but for a first go at it, I think a lot was learned from all these players. And I will say I do not expect 189 to be regular for a 5-drop qualifier. I would say around the 120, 130 mark is probably going to be the normal winning condition number. So with that said, now we can start to kind of like figure out as we go to qualifier number 2, like what do teams need to be getting for? And I think as you look down the list, like only 3 teams finished in the triple digits. So there's a lot that I think that needs to be discussed for all of these squads that missed out on those top 3 positions, just because, yeah, it's not the end of it. Obviously, this is week number 1. But when it comes to not just guaranteeing yourself a playoff spot, but also a good seed, you need to be fighting for 100 at least, I think, just to make sure you're always sitting there, not just in the top 3, but also in the top 5 overall squads as you look towards playoffs, which is going to be a huge coveted prize when you start to get towards October 1st.
Yeah, I think 100 points should be the right goal that a lot of these teams should be looking at when it comes down to the qualifiers, because you and I were continuously talking about it, especially in the earlier drops, right? That, we saw a lot of teams just really getting aggressive. In early game, it is what it is, but a lot of teams were also losing their gulags pretty darn quickly. You need to be able to recognize the discipline that needs to then be coming through from drops like 3 to 5. Because if you're still trying to, say, ego chow some of these POIs and you're still losing a lot of these gunfights, well, the discipline needs to be showcased somewhere for you to at least get some comfort, get a helicopter, traverse the lands, and then be able to win easier gunfights. Again, I think that that's also the difference of another conversation we had where a lot of these players are used to, like, pubs, wagers, they're getting kill races continuously. Now you're in a lobby stacked with other talent that can absolutely run up the gunny just as well as you can.
Well, that's been an interesting first qualifier. We got 6 more to run before playoffs. Again, I want to give one last shout out to America's Navy. They've been unreal when it comes to helping put this on and being the kind of the face and the brand of all things. I mean, I love the Anchors Away pre-show. I love the fact that we're doing all this kind of incorporated stuff with America's Navy. And if you want to learn more about maybe your potential educational pursuits or career pursuits with the Navy, make sure you check out Navy.com. You can also find them at America's Navy on just about every single platform when it comes to social media. But that will be our wrap-up and our conclusion here to qualifier number 1. Next Monday, qualifier 2 will be going on. Make sure you stay tuned and get your registrations in. That also means that you have to be verified as a full-time student. So make sure you've got all your paperwork in order. We don't want things getting messy before we start to kind of finish off these qualifiers and get a good look at playoffs in October. But that'll do it for us here tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed a little extension of the normal College COD programming, and we'll catch you guys next week. Till that point, make sure you keep holding down. Bye-bye.